It started with an accident. A tiny one. My heel striking the curb at just the wrong angle, twisting the bones until they popped. The doctors wrote it off as a minor strain, sent me home with a pat on the back and a script for painkillers. It was my brother, a math major, who pointed out the coincidence. So it happened at the intersection of 1st and 28th Street, on the 128th day of the year. Freaky. He waggled his eyebrows at me. What time did it happen? I'd taken a late lunch, worked a bit in the cafe before heading back to the office, gotten back shortly before 1:30 p.m. His eyebrows flattened. Seriously? Weird. I didn't think it was weird. I would have forgotten about the incident completely if it hadn't been for what happened 2 months later. I'd only lost my focus for a second. Normally not an issue, unless you're behind the wheel on the interstate with a four-wheeler pummeling in your direction. I'd wrenched the wheel, narrowly avoiding a head-on collision. I veered over to the shoulder and waited for the smell of burnt rubber to leave my nostrils. When I chanced to look at the dashboard clock, it read 1:28 p.m. I twisted around just in time to see the four-wheeler disappearing around a bend in the highway. Its license plate? FYU 128. That night, I made a list. Accidents, mistakes, plain bad luck. The time I sublexed my patella on the soccer field in 3rd grade, or got trapped on a roller coaster for 6 hours following a park-wide power outage. The time I learned I qualified for a full-ride university scholarship, the day after the paperwork was due. The little things, misplaced valuables, cracked iPhones, unpleasant surprises on tax day, didn't need much. They might have happened on 28th of January or in the 128th house on the street. The only college class I had to retake held its final exam in classroom 128, which might explain how I failed a test I'd spent 6 weeks studying for. The bigger ones, bad breakups, a terminal medical diagnosis, deaths in the family, seemed to need a confluence of symmetries, date aligning with time or address or coordinates. The greater the confluence, the worse the outcome seemed to be. My friends always joked that I was unlucky, a lightning rod for misfortune. But it wasn't that at all. I was being targeted. I rang up my brother. He might as well have been sitting across from me for how clearly I could read his expression of concern. Targeted? By who? Do you remember the day Dad died? It took him a second to process the emotional whiplash. Yeah. But what? It was January 28th. I called the hospital. Guess what room number he was in? Erin. I surged on, determined to get my story out before he had me committed. I'm just saying, you hear some numbers are more common in the universe than others. Some weird quirk of nature that nobody really understands. Or people see the same number over and over and claim it has some spiritual significance. like angel numbers, or the Fibonacci sequence, or Benford's Law, or schizophrenia, he suggested. Shut up. Here's my theory. There are entities, intelligences, whatever you want to call them, that express their will under certain conditions. In my case, the appearance of a specific sequence of numbers. Just pretend for a second that it's possible. What would you do? I'd roll over and wait to die. Statistically speaking, there's no way to avoid a number. Numbers are the blueprint for everything you see. They're the language of nature. He stopped himself, realizing too late that he'd allowed himself to get swept up in the intellectual exercise. He cleared his throat. But this isn't about reality. This is about your perception of it. What do you mean? Well, let's take the accident. Do you remember how fast you were driving? I don't know. 80? Do you know how many kilometers per hour that is? I felt a chill walk slowly down my spine. Exactly. And if you wanted to take it further, how many times do you see a 128-degree angle? Or read the 128th page in a book? The point is, you're not aware of these instances, so you don't experience any bad luck. And anything that is affected by your perception, not the undeniable fact of reality, has to originate inside your head. Or, I suggested, you just made it easier for it to find me. As I stared at my phone, a pop-up alerted me that the 49ers had won by a landslide score of 1-28. My weather app notified me that it was raining again, coming up on 1.2 inches of rain. I had a missed robocall. 128-555-3647. I was still staring at the screen when lightning split the sky in two. A freak accident. That's what the news outlets called it. Vox did an article about it. You might still be able to find it floating around on the internet somewhere. They called me the girl who lived through lightning. But that's not really true. The lightning didn't hit me. It hit the roof, cracking the house open like an egg and spilling singed shingles all over the front lawn. I knew I couldn't stop coincidence. I couldn't avoid the manifestation of this thing, this entity, any more than I could stop the march of time. But I could try. My brother was right. If I didn't know when the door was open, it couldn't come in to greet me. I destroyed all the clocks in the house, defaced too many books to count, and burnt the offending pages. Then I booked a last-minute flight to somewhere I was unlikely to find a clock or license plate. There are precious few of those places left. I should probably explain why I'm recording this. At this moment, I'm sitting on the plane as it descends through dense, black clouds. Thank God for in-flight Wi-Fi, or what could very well be my last words would be lost. I'm scared. I feel the vice enclosing me, an incredible pressure building. We're finally breaking our holding pattern. While it circled in the sky, waiting for the storm to clear, a flight that was supposed to touch down well before midnight on January 27th altered its arrival date to January 28th. We're approaching 12,800 feet, and I can't stop staring at the little screen in front of me, announcing the latest update to our flight details. Our estimated landing time is 1:28 a.m. Wish me luck, please. I've got to get the usual questions answered for you before I can fully explain my situation. I was adopted when I was around 18 months old through an agency that works for the Estonian government. There was literally no known facts about either one of my biological parents, besides a very small leather pouch with some sort of granular substance in it that I was told my biological mother insisted vehemently that I keep possession of. It came with a note that instructed that I should wear it until it hurts me. My adoptive parents considered it the ramblings of a troubled young woman and put it into storage until I was old enough to decide what to do with it. My adopted parents were about as American gets. Dad was a construction contractor for big projects in Chicago, and Mum was a schoolteacher. We lived in an outer suburb of Chicago that was as pleasant and safe as you'd expect. If I were to complain in any way, shape, or form about my upbringing, I would be an entitled dimwit. As much as I hate to say it, my childhood was perfect. My parents loved me. I never went without a need, or even a want. And my future was pretty secure by the time I left the nest. My parents will always be the parents I believe I was meant to have. The reason behind my sudden interest in my genealogy is more of a medical issue. You see, I was in year 3 of my bachelor's in architecture when the episodes started. One minute I was presenting blueprints for my class assignment, and the next thing you know, I woke up in an emergency room to the murmurs of nurses calling for more blood. After several tests for leukemia and iron deficiencies, or simply any disease related to blood, there was still no answer to why my blood pressure and levels seemingly vanished into thin air. The doctor, while trying to make things light-hearted, joked that I must just need more than most people. After 4 months of more attempts with supplements and immune boosters, I was eventually sent home from school and given the option to complete my degree through online classes. I had passed out so many times and awoken to blood transfusions that the college staff deemed in-person classes for me to be a hazard to myself and others around campus. My parents wanted me to move back in with them, but I pleaded for their assistance with getting an apartment for myself. I needed to feel like a progression forward in life was still possible. They agreed to do this if I agreed to wear one of those heart-monitoring bracelets. Once settled into my new place, I continued in my studies, but I had another mission in mind. If the doctors couldn't find any answers, then my problem had to be genetic. so I signed up with every genealogy service in existence and sent in my samples. In the meantime, my condition got worse. Twice my parents had rushed me to the ER for more transfusions, but my recovery times were getting longer and longer. And then the dreams started. The first one started out as seeing myself 10 years from now with a wife, a house down the street from my parents, and a couple of kids. The next thing I knew, the entire neighborhood was engulfed in flames and darkness, and my bride was screaming and pleading with me to stop as I looked down and realized I was completely soaked in blood. Then I woke up in a state of utter hysteria, to the usual face of my routine nurse, telling me to take a chill pill and go back to sleep. I had been out of it for 4 days, I was told. What's even more curious is that the doctors soon discovered that, despite basic precipices of medicine and science, my body simply needed blood, and this meant any blood. The type no longer mattered, as any transfusion kept me alive and created sustainable results. The next episode also resulted in a much longer dream. This one started out similarly as I was actually flying through the night sky. I could see the clouds below me and the distant lights of air traffic and cell towers. I felt as though I could stay up there forever. But then I sensed a dark-looking figure descending down upon me and found myself being gripped by some sort of claw and jetting straight down through the skies and towards an ocean. "You're mine now," was all I heard, right into my ear in a deep and ominous voice, before my impending collision with the water. When I awoke this time, I'd been out for 11 days. My body was beginning to wither away, as I could now see most of my own bone structure, and my skin was pale and littered with tiny blue veins that were rising to the surface. My eyes had become so sensitive to natural light that I needed my room to remain curtained at all times. My parents and I wept together one afternoon because we all knew where this was headed, and there was no hope given by the doctors. When it became evident that my hospital bed would now be my eventual coffin, my parents brought me my laptop and usual paraphernalia from home. I insisted on continuing my studies because, at this point, it's all I had. After all, if I wasn't studying, I was sleeping, and that only meant that I would experience countless renditions of the presence in my nightmares, haunting and preying on me in various dream state scenarios that would leave me in a puddle of sweat and terror. I was in the middle of checking emails when I noticed a new email in my unread. It read as follows: "Hello there. I'm inquiring into your interests on genealogy. You might have noticed by now that none of your results have been returned to you by the various companies that you employ to look into this. I can assure you that this is by no mistake, as I am the one responsible for your information being withheld. I am a powerful man with means that are beyond your limited comprehension, and my ability to infiltrate or alter information anywhere and any time is endless. You see, I had a son, the only son I've ever known in my long life. But he was taken from me by his mother a little over 19 years ago. Somehow, with all my means, I was unable to track him down, even after I reconvened with his mother. Given your very unique blood markers, I feel it's safe to say that you are the son that I've longed for. I must also assume that you might be at death's doorsteps, given our family's unique characteristics. Just know that I will be with you soon, and not only will I be able to help you recover from your current state, but eventually you'll come to find your true potential and conquer this world in your own way. See you soon, my son. Mr. DeVille. I didn't have long to think about this when the hospital alarms sounded. Assuming it to be a fire outbreak, nurses were yelling and carting people every which way before the screams started. First from a few floors down, and eventually just below us. The screams were guttural, and will likely etch into my memory until I'm gone from this life. I tried to scramble out of bed, but all I managed to do was knock the box of my personal items off of the nightstand next to me. That's when I noticed it for the first time in a long time, laying there on the floor. It was the pouch my biological mother had sent with me, and it was spilled out onto the floor. Out of a desperation for anything to hold on to, I reached for it. But as soon as my hand made contact with the granules, my skin burned. It was then that my sense of smell kicked in, and I realized finally that it was simply garlic powder. I took notice that the screaming that had intensified all through my own hospital floor had subsided. Only the sounds of one casual stride of footsteps could be heard as someone approached my room, paused for a second in front of the door. The blood began to pool from the hallway and into my room as the door slowly swung open. "It's time for you to face your destiny, my son." I knew something was up when Allison walked into the school gates last month with a whole new face. Her normally chubby face was replaced with a slim, chiseled one. All of her features had completely changed. The only way I could recognize her was from the birthmark on her left cheek that looked a bit like a scar. As she was walking up to me, smiling since she could see how shocked I was, she was immediately crowded by people, saying how pretty she was, and if she was new. Boys were saying they could show her around the school, and I watched from a distance, but could still hear her as she said, "Guys, it's me, Allison. I'm not new." Loud shouts and screams of shock and confusion erupted and circled her. "There isn't any way you're Allison," someone said. "Allison? Are we talking about the right Allison?" another person said. She cleared her throat and began speaking. "Well, I'm honestly flattered. I've just been taking better care of myself, and I guess the hard work finally paid off," she said, beaming with pride. I had never seen her like that, physically and mentally. She was always timid, but I could tell with her new self. her confidence would rise greatly. "Girlie, we need to know what you did. Like, we totally need to have a discussion," Layla, one of the popular girls, exclaimed as she dragged Allison away from the crowd. And Layla's friends followed her. I couldn't help but laugh to myself. I thought I was dreaming. Allison, the girl who was laughed at in the hallways. Allison, the girl who was relentlessly bullied by boys for being unattractive, now was this whole new person. And it didn't even make sense, because we only had a 1-week holiday. Nobody changes that much in 1 week. Even if she did get surgery, it would take time to heal. For the next 3 weeks, I never had a chance to talk to Allison. She didn't even text me, just left my messages on read. I tried to wave at her once, and her friends gave me a judgmental look, while she just looked at me awkwardly. She didn't even wave. How rude. She was now doing the things that she used to say she would never do, like making out with boys in the hallway, getting drunk at parties, and posting herself singing with her friends in her drunken state. She, somehow, was able to get good grades, but by the way the teachers looked at her, I could tell she did something in exchange for those grades. Or maybe even nothing. She was just so alluring that she could murder someone and people would find it hot. It was like she had put a spell on everyone. Girls and boys stared at her in the hallway, like she was hypnotizing them. Last week, my mother invited Allison and her mum for dinner. As we were eating, Allison's mum spoke. "I'm just so surprised my daughter has turned out to be so beautiful. Puberty worked wonders for her overnight. I remember the day her school started. She came up to me, and I almost fainted at her beauty. I always knew she was going to receive my looks, but I wasn't expecting it to be now." I watched Allison as she smiled weakly. Allison's mother was always obsessed with looking good, and when I would go to Allison's house, her mother would always make snarky comments about her looks and her weight. Allison would always complain to me, saying how her mum was making her feel insecure. But now that she had completely transformed, her mum didn't waste a second to show off her beautiful daughter. "When you showed me a picture of how she looks now, I thought you were lying. But now that I'm seeing her, I'm shocked," my mother exclaimed. "It's honestly been a while. We need to catch up. Let's go shopping. You girls be good, okay?" Allison's mother said. They both squealed like teenagers as they went out the door. When the door shut, I was met by awkward silence, as Allison tapped away at her phone. "Hi," I said awkwardly. She didn't respond. "Hi," I said, louder this time. She looked up at her phone, looking at me rudely. "What?" When she said that, I'd had enough. "So, we're just not going to act like friends. After you got this whole new face, you decided to ditch me for the people you hated. Now look at you. Normally we would be talking and laughing with each other. You're acting like I don't exist. Trust me, if you didn't have this face of yours, no one would even acknowledge you. Well, it's not like your face is even real anyway." I knew I really shouldn't have continued, seeing her eyes water, but I did. We were best friends, Allison. Is it worth it? Is all of this worth it? Just shut up. Why do you even care? You're just jealous because nobody likes you. I was your only friend. I was only friends with you because nobody would like such an ugly girl like you. Just look at you, looking like a fucking mess every single day. You don't know what I did to get this face, and you don't need to know. I was tired of being this unpopular girl that nobody knew. And you know deep down, you want to be popular too. To be seen. I was speechless. I just looked at her, with tears in my eyes. I think she realized the severity of what she said, because she started apologizing while crying. But I knew she was right, as much as I hated to admit it. My throat hurt from trying not to cry, so I just looked away from her as tears started to fall down my face. I'll make it up to you. I promise. Is all that she said before our parents came back. Allison and her mother had to go home early because they had a family meeting. Yesterday, she texted me at 10 p.m. I hope you're happy. Confused, I replied. What? Come over and you'll see for yourself. It'll be pretty cool for you to witness, but painful for me to feel. Well, I hope not. I told my mum that I needed to get something from the shop. She said okay, surprisingly, and told me to buy a few things for her. As I walked through the empty streets leading to her house, I texted her. Is your mum home? No, she won't be until tomorrow, she replied. Okay, be there in 10. When I finally arrived at her house, the door was wide open. I got pretty worried. The house seemed empty. I texted her. Where are you? My room. Hurry. I was right. It hurts. I raced to her room and opened the door to see Allison. Her face, bluish purple, as a black thing that looked like a tentacle, tried to claw its way out of her mouth. She was making gagging sounds and trying to close her mouth, but she couldn't. I screamed her name, but I knew that she couldn't answer me. I kept screaming her name, hoping that somehow this was all just a horrible nightmare and that I'd wake up. But it wasn't. Blood trickled down her mouth as her body began to tense up, shake violently, and then go limp. That's when it was able to come out of her. It poked holes through her body and just burst out. I watched as pieces of her flew across her room, splattering the walls. And then I blacked out. I must have been out for a few minutes, because when I opened my eyes, a creature was looking at me, with hollow holes for eyes. It was hunched down, with spikes covering its body. The spikes were shiny and black, like a polished shoe. What are you? Get away from me! I shouted as I broke down into tears. When I got up, it continued to look at me. Nausea overtook me, and I threw up on Allison's bedroom floor. It stood there as I retched and heaved while crying. When all of that was done, I ran out of her house. When I got home, my mother could tell by my puffy face and runny red nose that something was wrong. "What happened?" she asked. "I don't want to talk about it. I'm sorry." But she gave me a sympathetic look as I tiredly walked to my room. Now, as I'm recording this, I realized what Allison meant by "I'll make it up to you." Because when I woke up today and went to brush my teeth, I almost dropped my toothbrush as I looked at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I was finally beautiful. For as long as I can remember, I have been able to see people's auras, though I don't know if I consider myself to be a psychic. Auras come in all sorts of colours and hues, and when people are excited or really emotional, their auras get bigger and brighter. I can see mine too. It's a nice lime green. There are other people, whom I've spoken to on online forums, who can see auras too. I'm not sure what an aura is exactly. I don't think anyone really knows. But most people think it's a visualization of our soul. I've never really cared much, since it doesn't seem to affect my life. I mostly see it as a fun little quirk, not some sort of power. I work in an office, and last month they hired a new guy. The weird thing is, this new guy, I'll call him Joe, didn't have an aura. Now, I have never even seen a person without one, and sometimes a person's aura can be faint. But Joe, straight up, did not have one at all. I couldn't exactly ask him why, as I figured he probably didn't believe in psychic shit, and would think I was crazy. Well, I tried to let it go and not think about it, but I couldn't stop obsessing over it. I caught myself staring at him all the time, trying to make out even a hint of something. There had to be a reason, right? I found myself focusing on him. I would always eat lunch in a spot where I could look at him. Now here's where it started to get even weirder. Joe never brought lunch. During our break, he would sit in the corner of the room on his phone. He never ate or drank anything, not even water. One day I couldn't stand it, and I sat by him and offered him half of my sandwich. Joe declined and told me he wasn't hungry. Well, that didn't make sense to me. I mean, he skipped lunch every single day. Surely he had to be hungry sometimes, right? One day, Joe mentioned a football game coming up that Sunday, and asked if I wanted to come over and watch it. I thought this was weird. I barely knew this guy, and he was already inviting me over to his place like we were friends. I tried to think of an excuse at first, but then I figured that maybe if I went to his place, I could discover a reason as to why he was so weird. So, Sunday came and I went over to Joe's. His house was small, but nice, and he came out onto the front porch to greet me. He invited me in, and he seemed very happy. Usually he didn't talk to anyone at work, but as soon as I went into the house, he started yapping. He asked me how I liked work, what my favorite sport team was, if I had a significant other, and overall, he was being very nice. I shivered a bit, as his house was freezing. He turned on the football game, and we watched and made small talk. I can't remember much of what he said, but it was all boring, pointless stuff anyway, like what he thought of work, and what books he liked to read. The whole time I was trying not to stare at him, at his weird, auraless body. I noticed that Joe was sweating, despite the temperature of the house. About an hour into the game, Joe excused himself to the bathroom. Well, I sat there for about 15 minutes in his cold-ass living room, and he didn't come back. I heard a weird noise come from the hallway, so I got up to check it out. I found the bathroom and could hear a retching sound coming from inside, like someone was throwing up. I knocked and asked if everything was all right. Joe coughed a bit and said he was fine. I figured he must have gotten food poisoning or something. I hurried back into the living room, and I wasn't sure what to do. I was getting uncomfortable. Joe was really friendly, but there was something off about him. Maybe I am more psychic than I previously thought. Maybe I had some sort of strange intuition, because I felt like something wasn't right. After another 10 minutes, my throat started to get dry. I went into the kitchen, grabbed a cup from the cabinet, and put it under the water dispenser in the fridge. Well, nothing came out. I tried getting ice, and still, nothing. So I opened the fridge. There was nothing in it, and it wasn't even on. Just a dark fridge of empty shelves. Curious and weirded out, I looked in the other cabinets and the pantry. All empty. I heard the bathroom door open, so I quickly went back to the couch. Joe was more sweaty than before, and his face was red. So I figured he had to have been vomiting. I asked him if he was all right, but he said it was nothing. We continued to watch the football game until it ended. I was about to get my ass out of there, but Joe said he wanted to show me something. I told him I really had to be going, but he insisted. So I followed Joe down into the basement, which was way colder than the upstairs. It was really dark. Only a single light bulb hung from the ceiling. People's auras shine in the dark, so it was weird seeing him shrouded in darkness. My own aura was shining very bright, because I was so nervous. We reached the bottom of the stairs, and I saw that on the concrete floor, there was a circle drawn in what looked like white chalk. Around the perimeter of the circle were symbols and words in a language I didn't recognize. I looked around the room and noticed there were unlit candles all lined up against the walls. Dozens and dozens of them. I asked Joe, "The hell is all this?" He just laughed and told me that I'd see. I really wanted to get the fuck out of there. I felt like I was going to get murdered. "Go stand in the center," Joe told me and laughed, pointing to the circle. I went silent for a moment before laughing nervously. "You're fucking with me, right?" I said. Joe shook his head. He told me again to go stand in the circle and said that it would help him out. My aura was pulsing at this point. I was afraid to say no. What if he had a weapon hidden? What if he planned to hurt me if I didn't do as he said? So, I walked over to the circle and stood in the center. I know I'm stupid, and what I did was really, really fucking dumb. My memory isn't the best, but I remember everything Joe said after that. "You're promised money and power, but at a price. I didn't know what it would be like. I can't eat. I'm always sick. I'm always burning up. You're promised a woman, but I can't feel. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm sorry." I was going to ask what the fuck Joe was talking about, but my mouth wouldn't open. I tried walking forward, but my legs wouldn't move. I tried raising my arms, but they were too stuck in place. It was like I was frozen, like a statue. The room brightened up as all the candles in the room lit themselves. Joe coughed, and I swear I saw blood on his hand. He said something quietly, words I didn't understand, before turning away from me. He kept saying he was sorry, over and over, as he walked back upstairs. I think I had tears in my eyes at that point. The following hours seemed like a dream. The chalk symbols on the floor seemed to move around and change shape. I heard a loud droning, a completely alien sound. You know how, even if you can't see, you can tell there is somebody behind you? I felt that. Felt a presence standing behind me. I felt hands on my shoulders, sharp claws digging into my skin. My head pounded, and the room was spinning. I felt like I was going to be sick. I felt an immense pressure, like I was a mile underwater. I tried to scream, tried to yell for help, tried to beg for my life, but my mouth remained shut. I closed my eyes, waiting for the worst, and opened them again when the light bulb exploded. The candles all went out, and I was in the dark. Suddenly I could move again. I ran upstairs, and Joe was nowhere to be seen. I didn't wait around for him though, and got the fuck out of there. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I went to work the next day. Joe had an aura, bright and green. He seemed much happier. He mingled with our co-workers and brought food during lunchtime. He avoided me though, and I avoided him. Ever since the incident at his house, I have felt like total shit. I feel parched, The cool autumn air feels like 110 degrees, and I'm starving because I haven't eaten anything. Because everything I eat tastes like dirt. I have a doctor's appointment scheduled, but I can't bring up the worst of my concerns. My aura is gone. This incident has really rocked me, and is big news in my small college town. I found my professor dead in the classroom a few weeks ago. He had hung himself. I was on my way to meet him during his office hours because I was really struggling to keep up with his class. I didn't know at the time, but being bad at physics probably saved my life, because I couldn't make sense of what was written on the whiteboard. I'm not a very public person, and this has thrust me into the limelight in a way that is affecting me. It's important I say my piece now to clear things up. I know it feels like I've started at the end of the story, but this is actually the middle. Let me skip to the beginning. Class started last September. Even though I'm an English major, the university encourages us to take modules across disciplines to broaden our horizons. I should note that this incident happened in the Netherlands, but all courses at my university are taught in English. I've always wondered about big questions like, where do we come from and how big is the universe? So I took an induction to the astrophysics module. Even though I am studying English, I'm a pretty good all-rounder and got good math grades at school. Professor Vogel is was a very eccentric man with a lust for life. When I asked him if the universe goes on forever, he said, "Les hat ein Ende, nur die Wurst hat zwei," which is German for everything has an end, only the sausage has two. I started off fine, but after a few weeks I couldn't keep up. Some people say ChatGPT is bad at maths, but it's better than me. Between the textbooks and ChatGPT, I was just about keeping afloat, but I was devoting all my time to the astrophysics class. I was feeling quite despondent and alone, but then I talked to other people on the course and found out that they were struggling too. Some of these students were core astrophysics majors. They said Professor Vogel was really pushing the boundaries of scholarship and talking about things that weren't really in the textbooks. I noticed that around Christmas time, his lectures were becoming increasingly erratic. They would mix advanced calculus with German folklore. My grandfather is German. Otherwise, I would have struggled to pick up on this. A black hole might be referred to as a Wolpertinger. This is a hybrid animal, with fangs and antlers. Just Google it if you really want to know. A distant planet might be a Rubizal, which is a sort of mountain spirit. Most physicists see the universe as an unthinking mass, and certainly devoid of morality. The only thinking part of it is us. When Professor Vogel endowed a planetary phenomenon with the attributes of spirits and creatures, it was really his attempt paint a picture of their vibe. Well, that's what I thought. But then he started talking about the Tatzelwurm. Nominally, this is a sort of Germanic dragon. We weren't quite sure what phenomenon he was describing, but the vibe was definitely bad news. A couple of times Professor Vogel had to call in sick, and his PhD student, Henk-Jan, took the class. We asked Henk-Jan about the Tatzelwurm, and he kind of fobbed us off. He said, "There are many dangers lurking in the universe. A pulse of gamma radiation could wipe out all life on Earth. It could release more energy in mere seconds than the sun does in 10 billion years. If that thing is pointed in your direction, then you're toast. Sometimes the threat is simple enough that a non-physicist can grasp it. A rudimentary understanding of gravity is all that's needed to understand the impact of the asteroid that claimed the dinosaurs." Professor Vogel is on the board of the International Association for Detection of Extinction Potential Events in Space. It sounds better in German. This international consortium discusses things that even I will struggle to understand. They have named one such phenomena, the Tatzelwurm. It was Professor Vogel's discovery, and so he had naming rights. When pushed, Henk-Jan would offer up tidbits of information. The Tatzelwurm defies description, not inhabiting three-dimensional space as we understand it, much like other phenomena we have been discussing in class. It appears that, like us, the Tatzelwurm has coalesced from the chaos to a point of order, and perhaps even consciousness. At the very least, we are given the illusion of consciousness, much like when one interacts with ChatGPT. We do not yet know the degree of it. This makes its nature less predictable than the subjects of traditional physical inquiry. Professor Vogel is monitoring things, and you shouldn't worry for now. One of my classmates thought that it would be hilarious to make a Tatzelwurm chatbot with ChatGPT's custom GPT feature. Okay, so it was hilarious. At least to begin with. The Christmas break comes, and I'm spending it in London with my girlfriend's family. It's a running joke of my girlfriend's family that I am a stoner, because I'm from Holland, but I generally don't smoke weed. My girlfriend's brother brought some green along for Christmas Eve. The family usually pick a movie, something light. This year it was Jumanji, the remake with The Rock. No one in the family smokes, so my girlfriend's brother put the weed into a Christmas pudding, which is this horrible type of English cake they eat at Christmas. I think my girlfriend's parents were keen to show off how liberal they are, because they were down for getting stoned with us young people while we watched Dwayne Johnson beat up a bunch of CGI animals. This whole time I have been emailing back and forth with Professor Vogel about the course. Not just the course content, but I was sharing a lot of my feelings about not understanding things and feeling like I wasn't up for it. So, we doused the weed-infused Christmas pudding in brandy and set it alight. This is what you are supposed to do. And we eat the pudding with custard and double cream. We're watching Jumanji, and about halfway through, I get an email which comes through to my phone. I'm pretty stoned by this point. I can see it's an email from the professor. But my girlfriend snatches my phone away and says to just enjoy the movie. She's mainly annoyed that I stopped touching her head, which I can't do if I'm holding my phone. She gives me back my phone, and I put it in my pocket. In my head, everything is merging together. I'm slowly sinking into the sofa and thinking about my place in the universe and the nature of the Tatzelwurm. I say I'm going to the toilet and will bring snacks on the way back. This is a great excuse to look at my phone. The professor's email is titled Tatzelwurm Warning. When I open it up, there is not further text, just his email signature. I replied, asking if he had forgot to post the message. When I got back to the living room, I had forgotten to bring snacks, and everyone laughed at me. The laughing went on for a long time, and I sort of zoned out again. Then I heard the professor's voice. It said, Achtung, der Tatzelwurm kommt. I was obviously terrified, and put this down to a slight psychosis brought on by the weed and the stress of struggling to keep up with my studies. When I woke up the next morning, it was 11 a.m. Everyone in the house had been up for hours. According to my Fitbit, I had had 10 hours of solid sleep. My girlfriend said they went ahead and opened presents without me. The rest of the break was quite pleasant. I didn't hear from the professor again. I went sober immediately, because I was worried about what had happened on Christmas Eve, and didn't want a repeat. When I got back from England, I started talking to the Tatzelwurm bot more and more. It was basically set up to answer physics questions, but infused with German folklore. My classmate hasn't made it public on the GPT store yet, but if the link is shared with you, you can access it. After a while, I would go off topic a bit and talk about things that worried me. The Tatzelwurm bot was cryptic and coached everything in terms of physics and folklore. When I really got stuck, I decided to go see the professor in his office hours, when there is no need for an appointment. That's when I found him, hanging from the rafters. I remember following the lines of his eyes to the whiteboard. It was covered in maths. There was a smell of vomit. He had clearly vomited in the waste paper bin after having viewed the equations in full. I gave a statement to the police. I was offered counselling, which I took. I kept the Tatzelwurm to myself during these sessions. The classroom was sealed off temporarily. I was visited by someone from the International Association for Detection of Extinction Potential Events in Space. They said they had seen my email exchanges with the professor. They asked lots and lots of questions about the Tatzelwurm. Everything was starting to get back to normal. But then they decided to unseal the classroom. Henk-Jan was now taking the professor's class, full time. We all shuffled in and sat down. He grabbed the rubber to remove everything on the board. But he paused. He took a step back to take it all in at first. Then he dropped to his knees and started dry retching on the floor. Some of the girls in the front row rushed to his aid, but he shouted for them to get back. He ran out of the classroom, just as the man from the International Association came back in. He took a picture of the whiteboard on his phone, then wiped it clean. Henk-Jan was found drowned in his bathtub. According to toxicology reports, he had taken the lot. Apparently, he had spent the afternoon burning documents and deleting hard drives, both his and the professor's. I've tried to get in contact with the International Association, but nothing comes up when you Google it. I am shaking as I record this. I've thought about calling the police, but I haven't figured out if I'm losing my mind or if my entire family has lost theirs. Maybe I will wake up soon, and this all would have been a terrible nightmare. For context, I am an only child and the only grandchild of my last living grandmother. A couple of weeks ago, while at work, I received a phone call from my mother, informing me that my grandmother had taken a fall in her kitchen. Mum said that my Uncle Lou was with her, and already in the ambulance. Paramedics suspected she had a fractured hip, and somehow sliced open her foot. She was sedated due to the pain, but was otherwise responsive and fine. I immediately asked if I should meet them at the hospital, but Mum said, No, don't leave work. I'll update you once I know more. So, I waited. I love my grandmother, but she's probably the most stubborn woman I've ever met. She has a home remedy for just about anything, and loathes seeing doctors. So, I am sure she won't be fun to deal with while confined to a hospital bed. It doesn't help that Grandma absolutely refuses to use a walker or cane, despite her debilitating age, and will not leave her house to live in a nursing home. 6 months ago, Uncle Lou moved in with her to help out. Not that he said it out loud, but I've always suspected that he did it more for the free rent. With nothing else to do, I sat at work, distracted and waiting for a phone call from Mum with news. That call didn't come though, until long after I'd gotten home and was brushing my teeth for bed. Apparently, Grandma was awake now and doing fine. She would need surgery for the broken hip, but they were able to get the laceration on her foot stitched up and bandaged. I asked to speak to her, so Mum held the phone up to Grandma's ear, and I told her I loved her and would come see her once she was discharged. The hospital only allowed 2 visitors, and Mum and Lou refused to leave her side. "Hi, honey," Grandma said through the receiver. "I'm okay, but they won't let me leave." My mum's voice in the background exasperatedly explained that she needed surgery. "So they tell me," Grandma huffed. "I'm fine, Anna. Come see me when I get home, and we can play cards." I smiled, promised to visit, and said goodbye. She was discharged the following week and sent home. The hip replacement was successful, but she developed a nasty infection on her foot. Between the 2 ailments, Grandma was confined to her bed. Once she was comfortable at home, Mum gave me the okay to come over. So I made some chicken dumpling soup and sat in the chair beside her bed while Mum spoon-fed it to Grandma's mouth. "There you go, Mum," my mother encouraged as Grandma sipped the broth off of a spoon. I could tell Grandma was wildly out of it. I had been expecting an earful about having to use a bedpan, but due to the cocktail of narcotics and antibiotics, she merely grumbled in annoyance at Mum's and Lou's constant hovering. For what it was, she seemed in good spirits, if not exceptionally tired. After about 2 hours and 2 small soup mishaps, I got up to leave. Mum saw me to the door. "She'll be fine, Anna," Mum reassured me. "Lou and I are taking care of everything. Don't worry." I left feeling optimistic that my grandmother would be back to her Spitfire self relatively soon. But that visit with the soup was over 2 weeks ago now. Not long after, Mum took a leave of absence at work and holed up in Grandma's house with Uncle Lou. Each time I called, Mum gave a new excuse as to why I shouldn't visit. Risk of infection, flu season, fatigue, bowel issues, you name it. At first, I accepted these excuses at face value. They seemed legit, but I can't even get Mum to put Grandma on the phone anymore. I made more soup yesterday and dropped it off, but Uncle Lou met me at the door and said it wasn't a good time, but he'd make sure she got it. "And we always let her know when you call," he assured. I noticed that there was an intense floral and yet antiseptic scent coming from the doorway. "Your mum won't stop cleaning," he explained. Frustrated, I called and complained to my father on the way home, but he defended Mum, like always. "She's always been like this," he reminded me. "They're extremely close, your mum and Grandma. And Lou, well, this just seems like classic Lou. You know, this is the first time they've really had to face the reality of their mother's age. But they're just protective and scared to lose her." I figured he was right, and I hung up the phone, feeling a little less unsettled. On Grandma's 89th birthday, however, I decided I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I would go over there and give her the present I purchased for her, a new thriller by her favorite author. I arrived at the house in late afternoon and noticed all the blinds were closed. Being that it was a warm spring day, it was common for Grandma to have all the windows open and drapes open, letting in both the sunlight and fresh air. I knocked twice on the front door, but no one came. I knocked again. No answer. I tried the knob, but the door was locked. I paused for a moment, considering that maybe no one was home. Maybe Grandma had a follow-up with her surgeon. But both cars were in the driveway, so I knocked again, louder. The door opened a crack, and a foul odor filtered out, nearly choking me. "Mum?" I exclaimed when her face appeared on the other side of the door. "What is that smell?" Seeing it was only me, She opened the door another inch. The infection's gotten worse, but we're monitoring it. Should I call an ambulance? I asked in a panic, pulling my cell phone from my pocket. No, Anna. She quickly reassured me. We have it handled. I stopped by and picked up refills of her antibiotics earlier, and we've been on the phone with her surgeon. Relieved, I took a deep breath, but the smell was so overpowering. Mum, that smell is ungodly. Why don't you open the windows? We tried, she said, but she got so cold. Mum shrugged and didn't move. Can I come in? I asked, attempting to look over her shoulder into the dim house. I really didn't want to go inside, due to the smell. But if Grandma wasn't doing well, I wanted to see her. I don't think that's a good idea, she murmured. Where's Uncle Lou? I asked. Upstairs, in his room. Her voice was reassuring, but the smell turned my insides. Surely a smell like that could only mean bad things. I pushed the door open, and Mum protested. Just come back another day, when she's feeling better. I promise you that Lou and I have this under control. In the kitchen, the odor was strong, but mixed with the smell of bleach. I couldn't tell if that made it better or worse. At least let me see her and give her a birthday present. Mum looked down to see the wrapped gift in my hands and sighed. Of course, she said. Gosh, I'm sorry. We've just been so preoccupied. I'm sure she'll love it. At that moment, Uncle Lou came trotting down the stairs and smiled at me. Anna, Mum will be so happy you're here. I looked at my mother incredulously. She was staring at her feet now. What was going on? Uncle Lou continued down the hall, and I could hear him as he opened the door to Grandma's bedroom. Mum, you have a visitor for your birthday. The smell of the house was searing my nostrils, but I wasn't going to let Grandma know I was repulsed by it. Mum led me down the hall to Grandma's bedroom, instructing me along the way to put on a brave face. I plastered a smile across my face as I turned the corner into the room. Grandma was sitting up in bed, and Uncle Lou had taken a seat on the mattress beside her. His body obscured most of the view, but I could see her feet where they stuck out from under the quilt. The toes on her right foot were black with crumbling toenails and festering sores. The sheets under her heel were stained yellow from dried pus. Lou was prattling onto her, but Grandma didn't respond. Isn't it nice for Anna to come see you on your birthday, Mum? Goodness knows you've been through a lot this month. She has a present for you. He turned unexpectedly to me, his profile moving just enough to reveal Grandma's form, where she sat up against the pillows. I will try to explain the horror I witnessed, but I know words will never do it justice. My stomach flipped, and I froze. Grandma's dull, lifeless eyes stared straight ahead at the wall, unblinking, and glazed over. Her eyelids were crusty, and her jaw hung widely agape, with sagging lips, revealing a grey fuzz that had begun to coat her tongue. Uncle Lou patted her leg, while Mum hastily pulled the quilt back down over her feet. I barely heard as Lou explained how cold she's been from the infection. He picked up a tissue from the box on the nightstand and began dabbing at the corner of her mouth. She doesn't talk much due to the heavy sedation she's under, he explained. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the pallid, grey skin of Grandma's face, and how it was starting to sag in ways that had nothing to do with her age. Flies buzzed overhead, and Mum picked up the fly swatter and began swatting wildly at them. "Goddamn flies," she mumbled. "They won't leave her alone." One of the flies circled Grandma's face and landed in her open maw. Uncle Lou merely shooed it away. "She's been sleeping, sitting up like this for the past week or so," Mum explained, patting Grandma's now covered feet. "The pain is just too much for her to lay down. We tried, but her muscles spasm and she can't move." My knees were shaking, and I could all but back out of the room, reaching for and pressing myself against the opposite wall. Vomit crept up the back of my throat. "It's okay, Anna," Uncle Lou said from inside the room. "I know it's hard to see her in such a state, but that's why your mum and I are here, to take care of her. We agreed we wouldn't let her go back to that hospital. They've already messed up so much of her care. You saw her foot, and what the doctors did to it." How a hospital could let gangrene go unnoticed is beyond me. Mum agreed. "We've been sponge bathing her regularly, airing her feet, and changing the bandages frequently. It seems to be helping. Right, Mum?" she asked, squeezing Grandma's ankle. I tried to put my head between my knees, but the smell was so overpowering. Mum stepped out in the hallway and touched my shoulder. I recoiled. "Oh, Anna, I am sorry. This is why I didn't want you to come over. The gangrene smell is hard to tolerate, and I didn't want you to have to see her like this." Not knowing what else to do, I pulled Mum into the kitchen and said in my most steady voice, "Mum, why didn't you tell me Grandma had passed away?" Mum's face didn't change. She just looked at me. "What are you talking about, Anna? She's right there. You saw her." "Yeah, I did see her," I agreed, pointing at the bathroom down the hall where the smell was so strong that I was close to passing out. "But Grandma is dead, Mum. You know that, right? She has very obviously passed away." Mum's eyebrows narrowed, and she pursed her lips. "Listen, Anna, I get that this is hard for you. Hell, it's hard for all of us. But if you're saying this just to hurt me, it's not going to work. Stop being a brat. Your father is on his way over with a birthday cake." The room began to spin, and I needed to get out of the house immediately. I tossed the present on the kitchen table and grabbed my bag, fleeing out the kitchen door and into my car, where I took a deep gulp of fresh air. I could see Mum at the large bay window, looking out at me. She looked angry and upset, but quickly turned and walked away. I pounded the steering wheel, yelling obscenities. Other than an open casket funeral, I had never seen a dead body before, let alone one that had clearly been dead for weeks. But Grandma was undoubtedly dead, and my mother and uncle were staying in that house with her corpse, washing it, feeding it, and talking to it like nothing had changed. I threw open the car door and vomited all over Grandma's neglected shrubs. By the time the dry heaves kicked in, Dad's car pulled in the driveway. "Hey, sweetheart," he said as he opened his car door, seeing me kneeling in the grass. "Are you alright? Your mum called and told me you were quite upset." "Dad, she's dead," I choked out, pointing at the house. "Who's dead?" he asked, his voice worried. "Grandma," I shouted. "Grandma is dead. Mum and Lou, they're just sitting in there with her dead body." "Anna, calm down. Your mum mentioned you were in hysterics and talking nonsense." "Talking nonsense? What are you saying?" I choked out. "Go look, Dad. I swear. You'll see. She's dead, and Mum and Lou have lost their freaking minds." All right, he said, holding up his arms in surrender. "Let me grab the cake, and I'll go inside and see what's going on. Just stay here, okay?" I collapsed back in the front seat of my car, blasting the AC in an attempt to flush the smell of rotten flesh out of my nose. It felt like an hour before the front door opened again, and Dad calmly walked over to my driver's side window. "Hi, Annabelle," he said cautiously. "Did you see her, Dad? You saw her, right?" "Shh, Anna," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Calm down. Yes, I saw her. And she's very sick, but otherwise alive. Your mum and Lou are taking good care of her." "What?" I nearly screamed. "Come inside," Dad said, going for the door handle. I quickly locked the door. Dad threw up his hands in frustration. "Just come inside, Anna. Uncle Lou is getting Grandma into her wheelchair, and we're all going to have some cake." He glanced up at the front window of the house. "Ah, see? There she is." I glanced up to see my grandmother's face at the window, her dead eyes looking blankly out over the front yard. Rigor mortis had made it so her body couldn't sit in the wheelchair just right, even from a distance, and through a pane of glass. I could see death in her eyes, and the shocking gape of her mouth. I gagged. Her face looked even more twisted now, as if she'd taken her last breath in a tremendous amount of pain. But what made me scream in abject terror was that her cloudy pupils seemed to turn ever so slightly toward me. I threw the car into drive and sped out of the driveway, ignoring the shouts of my father and Uncle Lou bursting out of the front door. I didn't dare go home, where I was sure my father would follow. Were they right? Was she actually alive? It's not like I checked for a pulse or air in her lungs before I took off. I didn't touch her at all. Could it be me then? Was I the one having a nervous breakdown? I don't know what to do now. I'm absolutely terrified. Worst of all, when I close my eyes, all I see is my grandmother's rotting face. Cliff and I have been playing the same game of tag for over 15 years now. It's just a dumb kid's game. Yet, I'm terrified for my life. It began the summer before secondary school. Cliff had just moved to Sheffield, a few streets from my house. I saw him at the park a few times by himself. One day, he simply walked over and asked if I wanted to play a game of tag. I agreed, and we've stayed friends ever since. All through our teenage years, the gap year, and university, we've kept this game of tag bubbling between us. Why? I could never muster a satisfying answer. I guess we were both competitive people. We liked to win, and nobody lost, as long as the game kept going. After university, I had to move to London to chase my dreams of being a cinematographer. Cliff was staying put. He had a life here now. He'd been seeing Olivia for a couple of years by that point, and things were getting serious. During our farewell, he hugged me close before tapping me on the shoulder. "Tag, you're it," he whispered. We promised to see each other every few weeks, but life got in the way like it always does. My career took off, and Cliff started a family with Olivia, giving birth to their first child, Rosie. The game became an excuse to visit each other for our birthdays. We'd surprise the birthday boy by turning up unannounced and tagging them. This went on for many years, the element of surprise fading into the background. It was simply an excuse to keep our friendship alive. A few years back, I'd had some time off between projects, without much to do. I hadn't heard from Cliff for a while, so I decided to genuinely surprise him for his birthday. The plan? Turning up on his doorstep a week early, tagging him, and then demanding we go out and get drunk. I packed up my camper van and drove to Sheffield. It felt like the perfect plan, but it turned out to be the worst decision of my life. It was 8 p.m. by the time I parked up outside of Cliff's house. The place was dark, but Cliff's car was parked in the driveway. I watched the house for a few minutes to see if anyone was home. A figure walked by one of the bay windows of the living room, still shrouded in darkness. Somebody was home. I crept up the drive and went to knock on the door. Just as my knuckles were about to strike, Cliff appeared in the doorway, dressed as if he was about to head out. From his expression, he was just as surprised as I was. "What the fuck?" he said, his expression frozen in stern shock. I threw my hands up and smiled. "Surprise!" He didn't say anything for a while. He just stared at me, his mouth forming into a slight grimace. I slowly leaned forward, extended my finger, and jabbed him in the chest. "Tag, you're it," I said. "Does Olivia know you're coming?" "No, but you can't just drop in like this," he said. "That's why I brought my camper van. I'll sleep in there tonight. I just want a couple of beers. Let me talk to Olivia. I'm sure I can convince her," I said. Cliff shook his head and yanked the front door closed with some force. "She's taken Rosie to see her mum for the week. Her grandpa is on his last legs." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," I said, waiting the appropriate amount of time before speaking again. "But am I right in thinking that means you're free tonight?" I gave him my best shit-eating grin. Cliff looked back at the door, then at me. He kicked some mud off his shoe like a bashful kid. "Fine. A couple of pints. No more. I've got a busy day tomorrow," he said. After 6 beers, Cliff was in a much better mood. He seemed more relaxed than I'd seen him in years. I knew his job was tough, something complicated with finance. Great pay, but terrible work-life balance. And raising a kid can't be easy. But now he was cracking jokes, buying tequila shots, and even sneaking a few cheeky cigarettes from me. It felt like we were teenagers again, just 2 best friends enjoying each other's company. Cliff came stumbling back to the table, 2 pints sloshing in his hands. He slumped into the stool next to me and slapped me on the back. "You really got me, man," he slurred. I wrapped my arm around his shoulder. "I was always the better player," I said. That always used to wind him up. He smiled at me like a banshee, all teeth and gums. "I'm gonna get you when you least expect it," he said, his tone almost musical. It took us twice the time to get home, with multiple sick and piss stops along the way. Our conversation dwindled as we eventually arrived at his house. I unlocked the camper van and went to step in. "Hey, you can come in if you want," he said, the first words he'd spoken in the last 10 minutes. His tone was desperate, like the lonely kid I met on the playing field all those years ago. My vision was spinning like a merry-go-round. "I don't think I'll make it. I need to sleep." "Sure?" he asked. I nodded, causing a sharp pain behind my right eye. The hangover headaches were already creeping across my skull. He was working the next day, so I promised not to disturb him. I had a long drive back anyway, and needed a few pit stops to pick up snacks and question my life choices before getting home. We hugged goodbye, and he squeezed me tight. I thought I was going to throw up. A week later, I thought I would be sick again, but for a very different reason. Back at home, I was prepping for a shoot when the police called. Did I know I'd spent the night with a murderer? Cliff had stabbed Olivia and Rosie the morning before I visited. One minute he was having breakfast with his family. The next, he was puncturing holes into both of them with a fillet knife. Their blood was still oozing over the kitchen tiles by the time I arrived, just a few hours later. He'd left them to rot there while we got drunk together. The police almost seemed delighted to talk to me, certain that I could shed some light on the case. That certainly was quickly replaced with mild shock and deep frustration, as I told them we'd spent the whole night together, and that I'd noticed absolutely fuck all. Cliff seemed fine. Better than fine. He seemed great. There was no motive, no suspects, and no leads. One thing was for certain. They'd been a happy family. No evidence of secret affairs or hidden debts. It was like Cliff simply decided to detonate the life he'd spent so long building. I loved Olivia and Rosie, and now they'd been wiped from the planet by someone I'd called my best friend. I spent the next few weeks in a daze, replaying the night endlessly in my head, searching for clues to what had happened to my friend of 15 years. You'd think all that time with someone would mean that you'd get a grasp on the kind of person they are. What a joke. We all wear masks, but some are hiding uglier faces than others. So much of the night was a blur. It was hard to piece it all together. But there was one moment that I couldn't shake. When he said, "I'm gonna get you when you least expect it." Was Cliff still playing tag with me? The police said he'd gone into hiding somewhere in the Peak District. They were searching high and low, but they hadn't found a clue yet. He'd packed nothing and left on foot. The lead officer believed he'd gone out into the woods to die, that we'd find his body washed up in a ditch somewhere. I knew better. If there was still a hint of the old Cliff out there, he'd be plotting to get me back. He never liked to lose. And while he was it, he was losing. Months went by, and still nobody knew where Cliff had gone. I knew he hadn't gone far. He was out there, creeping along the peripheries of my vision, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. I shed friends and jobs like a dying snake. I couldn't leave the house, knowing there was a chance he was still out there. He'd appear in busy crowds, smiling like he did when I saw him, after he'd murdered his family. Sometimes, the crowds would part, and I'd realize it wasn't Cliff. Other times, his features, now gaunt and wild, remained unchanged. One night, I was in my office reviewing some footage for a new film I was working on. I looked out my window, and there he was, crouched by my shed, obscured by shadows. I told myself it was just a trick of my mind. But then I saw his face, pale white and illuminated by the full moon. He was smiling. I grabbed my phone off the desk and called the police. But by the time they picked up, he was gone. Months turned to years, and Cliff still hadn't been found. Police had uncovered some human remains in a cave a few miles outside of Sheffield, but hadn't been able to identify who it was or how long they'd been there. Interest in the story dwindled, and everyone moved on to the next violent atrocity. Even I had stopped seeing him so much, except for the occasional nightmare. My bank account had dried up, and I needed to find work. I spent the last of my savings on a therapist to untangle me from the web of shame and paranoia that kept me trapped inside my house. Questions still plagued me. How was I meant to trust someone again? Do we ever really know the people we love? What made Cliff do what he did? I came to accept that I would never find out the answers. After many long and painful sessions, I finally started to feel like a shell of a normal human. I was able to leave the house, look people in the eye, and begin to rebuild my life. But the guilt never left. Even after all the pain I'd been through, at least I was still alive. That's more than can be said about Olivia and Rosie. I'd celebrated with the man who wiped them from this world and spent the night sleeping next to their corpses. I needed to move on from this nightmare, and the only way to do that was to say one final goodbye. I packed up my camper van and headed to Sheffield, to the cemetery where they were both buried. It was cold, bitter, a winter morning. The wind tugged at my hair and clothes as I marched along the endless rows of crumbling graves, desperately searching for Olivia and Rosie. I eventually found them, tucked away in a quiet corner, underneath a great oak tree. The wind screamed through its branches, creating a ceaseless white noise. I tried concentrating on the names carved on the graves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My heart was racing. Why had I come here? A branch snapped behind me. I spun around. It was a squirrel, watching me from a few rows along. It cocked its head at me before running as fast as it could in the other direction. There wasn't another soul in the entire cemetery. I was utterly alone. I took a deep breath and looked back at the names Olivia and Rosie. I said I was sorry and replaced the crusted remains of some old flowers with the fresh daffodils I'd bought. Clearly, nobody had visited them in a long time. Something deep in my gut told me that Cliff was gone. He'd lost his mind and starved to death in the middle of some woods. The end of an unexplainable tragedy. I said goodbye to all three of them that day and drove home. But sometimes your gut instinct can be wrong. So very, very wrong. Last week, I was at a house party against my will. My new-ish girlfriend had dragged me there and told me it would be fun. It was anything but. I'd necked a bottle of wine in less than an hour, and the queue to the toilet was 4 people deep. My bladder isn't what it used to be, so I snuck out into the garden to find a secluded spot. As I stepped outside, the floodlight illuminated the garden in a stark white. I crept to a shadowy corner. After a few seconds, the garden turned black as the floodlight switched off. For a while, all I could hear was the sound of my own piss. Then I heard the pattering of feet behind me. They were rushing at full pace. The floodlights switched back on. I spun around. A naked figure was running across the garden towards me. It was Cliff, and he was coming fast. His body lean and muscular like an animal. His skin was smeared in dirt and muck, some old, some new, with a long scrappy beard and greasy hair. He grinned at me with missing teeth. His thick right arm was outstretched. His dark eyes glinted in the moonlight. 5 giant fingers stabbed my chest, sending a jolt of sharp pain across my ribs. The force pushed me back against the garden fence. I tried to let out a scream, but it got caught in my throat. Cliff put his face up close to mine, his rotten breath stinging my nostrils. "Tag, you're it," he said. He leant across me and took a deep breath by my neck, as if savoring my scent for the final time. Then he leapt back and ran back across the garden at a horrific speed, disappearing over the garden fence. I whimpered as I slid down the fence, trying to hold back the tears. Nobody believes me, not even the police. I can't lose more years of my life hiding away in my house. I need to take control. Cliff is out there, alive. Not only that, he's winning at tag. I can't let that murdering piece of shit win. I've got to hunt him down for Olivia and Rosie. Fuck it. For me too. I'm going to find him. And I'm going to end this game. Once and for all. "20 years is a long time to live with an awful secret. And it's worse when it's a secret you can't share with anyone else. Not only because you're afraid of how they will judge you, but because they'll probably think you're insane. I know if someone else experienced what I did when I was 14 and told me, I'd think they were nuts. If I hadn't experienced it myself, that is. I never told anyone. Not the police. Not my family. Not the families of Dylan and Greg and Zach and Terry. Not even the therapist I see regularly to deal with the lingering guilt and trauma. I think she suspects I'm holding back. That I know more than I'm letting on. And she prods me, encouraging me to get it out. She tells me it would be beneficial to come clean and put it out in the open. But I just can't. No human being in their right mind would believe such a story. But I want to get it out there somehow. To someone. I want to unload the burden I've been carrying all these years. That's why I'm recording this, anonymously. I want to tell others the truth about what happened to me and my friends on Halloween 2003. I don't care what you think of me after you listen to it. Judge me or call me crazy all you want. I just want an impersonal audience to know the truth and give me their opinion. I think that would make me feel better. Me and my best friends Dylan and Greg were in 8th grade that fall. We had been friends since we were 7. Middle school is that awkward transitional stage between grade school and high school, where you start to shift away from being a kid and start to mature towards adulthood. Even though we would be starting high school in just another year, in many ways we were closer to 12-year-olds rather than teenagers in terms of maturity. I'm telling you that so you have some understanding of why we did what we did that night. Terry was the new kid in school, a shy, geeky kid who, even by middle school standards, was pretty awkward. He was desperate to fit in, to make friends and be accepted by his peers. I guess that's why we took advantage of him. Please, try to understand. We didn't consider ourselves to be bullies. We never intended for anyone to get hurt. We just wanted to scare him. That's all. We weren't intentionally trying to be cruel. It was just supposed to be a dumb prank. We were stupid kids. And stupid kids do stupid things. It was mostly Dylan's idea, but me and Greg went along with it. In hindsight, I wish to God we hadn't. But how the fuck were we supposed to know? How could anyone know that what we did that night was going to result in so much horror and bloodshed? Dylan told Terry that if he wanted to hang out with us, he had to pass an initiation first. To become part of our group, first he had to spend a night in the old McGruder house, alone. And it being late October and Halloween fast approaching, that was the perfect night for Terry to take the dare. The old McGruder house in question was an abandoned old wreck that stood at the edge of the cornfield on the outskirts of town. A rotting, decrepit 2-story house that had been deserted for as long as anyone could remember. We didn't even know who the original owner had been. McGruder was just a name Dylan made up for dramatic effect. The 3 of us had explored the house before, and even though its outward appearance was admittedly pretty creepy, peeling paint, broken windows, sagging roof, inside, it was truthfully rather nondescript and unthreatening. Just empty rooms with tattered wallpaper and dusty old furniture. I could tell Terry was apprehensive, maybe even a bit scared, but he swallowed his reservations and accepted Dylan's challenge. He just wanted to make friends that badly. That's one of the things that haunts me the most. October 31st was a chilly, windy night when the 4 of us, me, Dylan, Greg and Terry, rode our bikes out to the old house. We had met at Greg's house, telling our parents we were spending the night to watch horror movies. Greg's parents both worked nights and wouldn't notice we weren't there. When we arrived at the abandoned house, we dismounted our bikes and just stood for a few moments, staring. None of us had ever been out here at night, and it looked 10 times creepier than it did during the day. The decayed facade almost resembled a face. The dark windows, empty eye sockets, the front doorway, a gaping black mouth. A cold autumn breeze rustled through the bare trees that surrounded the house, rattling their skeletal branches. I shivered and pulled up the zipper on my jacket. I glanced at Terry and saw him gulp nervously as he took in the sight. He was trembling slightly, and not just from the breeze. He was scared. We hadn't even entered yet, and the poor kid already looked like he was about to jump out of his skin. I felt a flash of guilt, because I knew what Dylan had planned. Dylan took off the backpack he had brought along, rummaged inside, and brought out three flashlights and a battery-powered lantern. He kept the latter for himself, and passed out the former to me, Greg, and Terry. Without a word, he gestured for us to follow him, then started towards the house. I exchanged a slightly uneasy glance with Greg. I think he was also feeling bad, knowing what we had in store for Terry. Then we went after Dylan, Terry trailing hesitantly behind us. Dylan stepped through the doorway. The front door itself was long gone, either removed from its hinges ages ago, or simply rotted away with the passage of time. Me and Greg paused for a second just outside the doorway, Terry behind us. We exchanged another nervous look, then passed through the threshold into the abandoned house. Dylan was standing in the middle of what had once been the living room, waiting for us, lantern in hand. Me, Greg, and Terry looked around the place, shining our flashlights all around. There was a huge stone fireplace in the room, some old, splintered chairs, and the remains of what had probably once been a sofa or a couch, but was now only a heap of crumbling termite-eaten wood and rotted mildewed upholstery. Apart from a thick coating of dust and a heap of dried leaves that had blown in through the front door, the living room was empty. Dylan sat down on the floor and motioned for us to do the same. We did, sitting in a semicircle like kids at a campfire, gathered to hear a ghost story, which was exactly what happened next. Dylan proceeded to tell us the lurid, blood-curdling history of the house and its prior residents, the McGruders. According to Dylan, back in the 1950s, the house had been owned by a widowed old man named McGruder, who lived there with his adult daughter. McGruder was a recluse who was seldom seen, only coming into town once a month to buy supplies. He was rumored to be an evil man who cruelly mistreated his daughter, who he never allowed to leave the house. Because he never attended church, there were even rumors he was a devil worshipper and practiced satanic rites. Several young children disappeared from the town. They suspected McGruder was somehow responsible, but with no evidence, they couldn't arrest him. After a while, people noticed that McGruder hadn't made his regular once-a-month trip to the general store to stock up on groceries. In fact, no one in town had seen McGruder in well over a month. A group of townspeople went to his house to investigate. There, they made a gruesome discovery. Old man McGruder and his daughter were both dead, their bodies torn to pieces and scattered throughout the house. The sheriff later said it looked like they had been torn apart by wild animals. Their bodies were covered with claw marks, and they had been partially eaten. Supposedly, when they went down into the basement, they had found a pentagram drawn on the floor with blood, old witchcraft books, and a pile of charred bones belonging to the missing children. They never solved the murders, but the town suspected that McGruder must have been performing a satanic ritual, and somehow something had gone wrong. Perhaps he had summoned a demon that had killed him and his daughter. The house stood empty for more than 5 years, but then a new family moved into town and bought it because it was so cheap. The townspeople tried to warn them about the house and its horrifying past, but they just laughed them off. They were from the city, and they didn't believe in stupid superstitions. They had scored a great deal on the place, and they weren't going to be scared off by a bunch of ignorant hicks. A month passed uneventfully, but then the family just disappeared. They weren't murdered. There were no bodies. They were just gone. Vanished without a trace. No signs of foul play. All their possessions were still in the house, and their car was still parked outside. It was as if they had just disappeared off the face of the earth. After that, no one would dare live in the house. It just stood vacant for decades, slowly falling into ruin. I need to stress that Dylan's whole story was total bullshit. Everything he told us was pulled straight from his arse, made up specifically for Terry's benefit, and it had the desired effect. As Dylan told his story, Terry's eyes got wider and wider, with fearful wonder and dread. He bought it, hook, line, and sinker. The poor guy was just too trusting. Me and Greg both knew Dylan's story was fake, but we played along, pretending to be equally freaked out. Dylan fell silent, a grim, thoughtful look on his face. He glanced at his watch and announced that it was 20 minutes till midnight. He handed Terry his lantern and told him he had to remain inside the house until dawn, by himself. The 3 of us would be waiting outside to make sure he didn't try to cheat and sneak away. If he lasted until 7 a.m., he could consider himself to be part of the group. We stood up, wished him good luck, then left the house, one by one. I was the last to leave. I looked back at Terry just once. He stood there, trembling, scared shitless, but with a look of almost pitiful determination on his face. I remember him like that, frightened, but resolved to prove his bravery to us, because it was the last time I ever saw him alive. I joined Dylan and Greg outside, and we returned to where we had parked our bikes. As soon as we were far enough away, Dylan and Greg's grave expressions broke, and they both began to snicker. Dylan fished around in his jacket pocket and removed a small battery-powered receiver. It belonged to a baby monitor Dylan had bought at the local mall a couple days back. The transmitter was hidden inside the old house. You see, what we had neglected to tell Terry was that we had managed to rope Greg's older brother Zach, who was 16, into dressing up in a pretty impressive demon costume, complete with a realistic latex mask, and hiding in one of the upstairs rooms an hour before we had shown up. He was waiting up there now. In exactly 20 minutes, at midnight, Zack was going to start making some scary noises. Subtle at first, shuffling footsteps and creaking floorboards. If Terry was brave enough to go up and investigate, Zack would jump out and ambush him there. If he wasn't, then in another 10 minutes, at 12:10, Zack was going to move up to making terrifying groaning sounds and demonic growls. There he was going to gradually descend the stairs to confront Terry in the living room. We would hear Terry's horrified reaction over the receiver, just before he fled the house in a panic, probably screaming at the top of his lungs as he did so. Yeah, it was a mean prank, but we were just teenagers. And to make it up to Terry, we had agreed we would let him be friends with us afterwards. If he was still interested, that was. We waited there, listening to the receiver as the minutes slowly crept by. We could hear slight shuffling sounds, probably Terry moving around the living room. Maybe he was pacing to kill time, waiting for dawn to come. Then he started humming what I think was an Avril Lavigne song. This caused Dylan and Greg to snicker again. I looked at my watch. 11:55. 5 more minutes. We listened. Suddenly we heard Terry's voice through the receiver's speaker. "Hello?" he said uncertainly. "Is someone there?" Dylan quickly raised his finger to his lips and motioned for silence. This was it. We listened intently. "Hello?" Terry said again, nervously. "Is someone down there?" At this, I saw Dylan frown slightly, confused. Is someone down there? The noises were supposed to be coming from upstairs, where Zack was hiding. But Terry was apparently reacting to something he was hearing in the basement. "Hello?" Terry said a third time. His voice was fainter, as if he had moved further away from the hidden transmitter to see what was making whatever sound he was hearing. We listened, waiting for what came next. Silence for about a minute. Then, we heard a piercing scream, coming simultaneously from the receiver in Dylan's hand, and the house itself. A high, warbling cry of absolute terror. It cut off abruptly. For several seconds there was total silence. Then all three of us flinched as a hideous roar emanated from the receiver. A nerve-shattering, bestial bellow of pure, unearthly rage. It was a sound that froze the blood in my veins, primal and completely inhuman. The receiver fell silent. The three of us looked at each other, shuddering, our eyes wide with shock. We turned to face the house. We stood there, silently, waiting for Terry to appear in the doorway. He didn't. Minutes passed, but there was no sign of him, or of Greg's brother, Zack. We called out their names, but there was no answer. Dread seized my heart with a cold, clutching hand. Dread and fear. Dylan was close to panicking. He wanted us to get the hell out of there, right then and there. To get back on our bikes and ride home as fast as we could. But Greg angrily refused to leave. Terry might be hurt. Maybe there was a wild animal in there that had attacked him. And besides, his brother was still in there too. We need to help them. Greg was right too. We couldn't just leave them in there. With a great deal of reluctance, the three of us headed back to the house. We reasoned that maybe Terry had somehow found out we were setting him up for a prank. Maybe he had turned the tables and was trying to prank us in return. I'm not sure if any of us believe that, though. We entered the living room and aimed our flashlights around, calling out Terry and Zach's names. There was no sign of them. We listened, but there was nothing but silence. I did, however, notice something. The house smelled different. When we had been in there earlier, it had been the unpleasant but not unusual, musty, dusty odor you'd associate with long abandoned homes. A combination of dry rot, mildew, mold, and the dank smell of decaying wood. Those smells were still there, but now they'd been overlaid with an entirely different smell. Something that was hard to describe. The rank, feral odor, organic and savage, of something alive. It was like something you'd smell in a zoo. The smell of a predator's den. And the air felt different too. It felt heavier and oppressive. There was something here that didn't belong. I had never been more terrified in my life, as I was right then. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me to retreat, to flee. I might have done so in another few seconds. But then Dylan called out, "Hey, what's that?" Me and Greg looked over. He was staring through the kitchen doorway, shining his light at something on the floor. We joined him and saw what the beam of his flashlight was focused upon. On the cracked, grimy, ancient linoleum was the lantern Dylan had given to Terry. It was lying on its side, smashed to pieces. A few feet beyond it, at the other end of the kitchen, stood a black, gaping square. A doorway leading to the basement. I think all three of us were getting ready to bolt, when a voice spoke from the darkness beyond the basement door. "Please, please help me." It was Terry's voice, pleading in a weak, painful groan. "Please help me. I'm hurt, and I can't see. It's dark down here." "Terry?" Dylan stammered. "What happened to you, man?" "There was a monster. It attacked me. I fell down the stairs. I think I broke my leg. Please, guys, help me." In spite of my horror and dismay, I felt a small measure of relief. I began to understand what must have happened. Zach had surprised Terry in his costume, and Terry had panicked and gone the wrong way, trying to flee from the house. He had run into the kitchen instead of going out the front door, and fallen down the basement stairs. Zack must have panicked himself when he realized what had happened and had slipped out through the rear of the house. "Shit," Dylan whispered to me and Greg. "We're in trouble." Then he called down to Terry. "Okay, hang on, man. We're coming down to get you." Dylan pointed his flashlight down into the basement and began to descend the stairs, Greg right behind him. I started to follow them, but then I spotted something. An old refrigerator stood beside the basement door. The refrigerator door was slightly ajar, and something was leaking out of it, dripping steadily into a growing red puddle on the floor. Feeling suddenly very cold, my heart beginning to beat faster, I stepped closer, aiming my light on the red puddle below the refrigerator. Distantly, I heard Dylan's voice from down below. They must have reached the bottom of the basement stairs. Where the hell is he? Seemingly in slow motion, I reached out a numb hand and grasped the refrigerator's handle, pulling the door all the way open. "Terry?" Greg's voice called out from the basement. "Where are you?" Terry's mutilated, blood-splattered corpse was crammed grotesquely inside the refrigerator. His glazed eyes seemed to stare dully at me, accusingly. "Terry," Dylan called out doubtfully. I lunged at the basement door, shouting down at my friends. "Dylan, Greg, get out of there now. It's not Terry, Before I could finish, I heard 3 piercing screams in quick succession. The first 2 short, the third longer. The first scream might have been out of shock. The second was probably of terror. But the third was unquestionably one of agony. Dylan's dying, agonized scream came to silence, but Greg quickly picked up the chorus, screaming my name, screaming for help. Standing in the basement doorway, at the top of the stairs, too scared to go to his aid, I shone my light down in the direction of Greg's screaming voice. I saw my friend backed up in the corner, trapped, his eyes bulging and wild with horror, facing something that was approaching him. I only glimpsed it, but that one brief glimpse was enough. More than enough. Enough to imprint itself like a brand upon my scarred psyche, to haunt me in untold nightmares to come for the rest of my life. It wasn't human. I don't think it ever had been. It was tall and slumped and horribly out of proportion. Its head about 3 feet above its torso, perched on a thin, elongated neck, like a giraffe's. Its long, spindly arms extended at least 6 feet from its shoulders. Its skeletal hands were tipped with long, bloody claws. It appeared to be naked, and its skin was a hideous, mottled grey, like the skin of a corpse. It had its back to me, so at least I didn't see its face, which I am eternally grateful for. If I had, I don't know if I would have kept my sanity. As the thing moved in for the kill, Greg, cornered, looked up, locking eyes with me. "Help me," he shrieked. But I didn't. Instead, I ran, like a coward, abandoning him to his fate. I ran out of that house, back to my bike, and pedaled away as fast as I could. Greg's dying scream chased after me, until it abruptly stopped. Weeping, I rode back to Greg's house. I called 911. The police came. They went to investigate the house. Greg's older brother, Zach, was found dead in one of the bedrooms upstairs. His head torn completely off his shoulders. Terry was still in the refrigerator where I had discovered him. What was left of Dylan and Greg's bodies were scattered throughout the basement. They had been ripped apart. The cops questioned me, of course, demanding to know what we had been doing there in the first place. I finally admitted to the prank we had staged on poor Terry, but didn't tell them about the creature I had seen in the basement. As traumatized as I was, I knew they wouldn't believe me. I simply told them someone else had been in the house. A squatter, maybe. Some deranged psychopath who had attacked me and my friends, with me being the only one to escape. I told them it was dark, and I hadn't gotten a good look at the assailant. They were suspicious of my story. They must have sensed that I was holding something back. It crossed my mind that they might even suspect I had killed them myself. But no one ever accused me outright. There wasn't a drop of blood on me, and I was obviously distressed and shaken over what had happened. The investigation lasted for weeks. Forensic teams scoured the house for any physical evidence, but never found anything useful, and the murders were never solved. Not long after, my parents moved me away to a new town for a fresh start. I went on with my life, trying to move past what happened that terrible Halloween night when I was 14. But I never got over the horror and guilt. For the rest of my teens, into my early 20s, I went through a very difficult, self-destructive phase. I dropped out of school shortly after the start of my sophomore year in high school, got mixed up in drugs and alcohol, got arrested more than once, got kicked out by my parents, was homeless for a while, and finally went into rehab and got straightened out. I'm married now, with 2 children and a semi-decent job in a warehouse. Things are going pretty well for me right now, but I still dwell upon what happened that night. Everything Dylan told Terry was fake. There was no old man named McGruder, no devil worshipping or child sacrifices, or demons, or murders. It was all made up. It makes me wonder. I think about the power of suggestion, the placebo effect. The story Dylan told wasn't real, but I could tell Terry believed it. Maybe belief was the key. Maybe Terry was so frightened by what he heard, he somehow, unwillingly, unconsciously, willed it all into reality. They say faith can move mountains. Maybe that's true. But maybe it also means fear can give nightmares flesh. Maybe all the monsters we were all scared of when we were kids were more real than we thought they were. I've been thinking about that a lot more lately. especially after what I heard on the news a few days ago. You see, that old abandoned house isn't there anymore. About 10 years ago, a developer bought up all that land and built an apartment complex there. The police are investigating a brutal mass murder. The residents of the 3 lower units were all killed during the night. Massacred. They have no leads. The police can't even figure out how the killer gained entry. All 3 apartments were locked from the inside. I think whatever horror we accidentally conjured that Halloween night 20 years ago is still there. "4 months ago, my mother died peacefully in her sleep at the age of 68. I wasn't exactly heartbroken at her unexpected passing. We had been estranged for over 20 years. I hadn't even seen her since I had left home for the last time, bound for college. No phone calls either, just an occasional Christmas card with a brief, impersonal message passed back and forth. My mother had never been a very warm or nurturing presence as I was growing up. But looking back, I think it probably had something to do with her own difficult childhood as a second-generation Irish immigrant in a large working-class family. There was also her older brother, who had committed suicide when she was only 10. We had never gotten along and had clashed often, especially after I entered adolescence, probably because of our vastly different personalities. Where I had been a cocky, irreverent, laid-back teen, she had been hard-working, stern, cold, and often harsh. After graduating college in 2006, the first in my family to finish high school, let alone earn a degree, I had moved to the city to pursue a career. I had never gone back to visit her, not once. As I was her only close living relative, my father died when I was still very young, and I had been an only child. I inherited my mother's home after she died. It was the same house I had grown up in, and had also been her childhood home. She and my father having bought it from her parents after they got married. I wasn't thrilled about owning the house. I had too many bad memories of it. Also, it was an ugly old place, and always had been. A dilapidated 2-story clapboard, well over 100 years old, in a low-income neighborhood of similar decrepit houses. It had probably been a nice place to live at one time. The area where it stood had originally been one of the more upscale parts of town, where I grew up. But that had been before the Great Depression, and the area had gone into an economic decline long before I was born. Hell, even before my parents were born. I had no interest in keeping the property and intended on selling it. But before I did, I decided to make the long overdue trip back home and take one last look at the place where I had grown up. Not so much out of a sense of nostalgia or familial obligation. I was just curious to see how my mother had spent the last years of her life. And also, I wanted to check the house and see if there was anything I wanted to take with me before it went on the market. My job keeps me pretty busy, so it wasn't until last month, 3 months after her funeral, that I finally found the time to break away and take a few days off. It was a grey, dreary day about a week before Thanksgiving, when I finally made the hour-long drive out of the city and back to the town where I had spent my childhood. The old neighborhood hadn't changed much. It was still as depressing and impoverished as I remember. The same shabby houses, same tiny, unkempt lawns, same weedy, cracked sidewalks, and bumpy, poorly maintained streets. I parked alongside the curb and got out of my car, taking a moment to stand and regard the house I hadn't laid eyes on in over 2 decades. It looked even more bleak and squalid than I recalled as a kid. Peeling paint, sagging gutters, crumbling foundation, cracked window panes. Even when compared to its nearly identical run-down neighbors, it somehow stood out in even sharper contrast, like a testament to all the poverty and hopelessness I had experienced living there. Everything I had fled to college to escape from, vowing I would never be as poor as my parents had been. Already, I regretted having come back. With a sigh, I reluctantly stepped up the walkway to the front door and unlocked it with the key the executor of my mother's will had given me after her funeral. I entered and began to inspect the house. It was remarkably unchanged. At some point, my mother had replaced the old analog TV in the living room with a modern flat screen. But apart from that, everything seemed to be exactly the same. Same threadbare furniture, same tacky knickknacks, same faded wallpaper. I went upstairs and walked down the narrow hallway, pausing at my mother's doorway. Dull sunlight filtered in through the shabby curtains, illuminating the gloomy bedroom. I stared at the bare, sagging mattress on the bed where she had died. Her medication still cluttered the bedside table. I stood there for a couple minutes, lost in thought, then moved on. I went to my old bedroom next. At some point after I'd moved out, my mother had turned it into a storage room. My bed and dresser were gone. So were the posters that once decorated my walls. The shelves that had held my high school sports trophies. I wondered briefly if she'd thrown them out, or had put them in the attic. Now contained spare towels and extra toiletries. The air was musty. I went to the undressed, dusty window and peered out at the drab, late autumn afternoon. The house was silent, apart from my own breathing. My mother had died alone in this dismal house. The house she, unlike me, had never been able to escape from. The very air felt freighted with bad memories. Nothing good had ever happened here. I finally came home, Mum. I whispered, my voice choking on the final word. I felt the sting of tears in my eyes. Even though I still didn't mourn her, as I probably should have, I did feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow and regret that we had never reconciled while there had still been time, or had been closer during her last few years. There was nothing here I wanted to keep. I left my former bedroom and went downstairs. I don't know what motivated me to go down into the basement. There was nothing down there that would have interested me. I could just as easily have left the house right then and gone home. Maybe it was just a desire to be thorough. I had already checked out the rest of the house, and once I left, I knew I would never come back. The basement door was in the kitchen, between the refrigerator and the pantry. I opened it, flipped on the light, and descended the creaking wooden steps to the bottom. The basement was located directly beneath the kitchen. It was a small, dark, low-ceilinged room, hardly bigger than a walk-in closet. Rough stone walls and a concrete floor, dimly illuminated by a single bare light bulb. It was mostly barren, except for the washer and dryer, a shelf full of cleaning supplies, and some old tools cluttering one corner. I looked around with passing curiosity. When I turned to the rear wall, I couldn't help but crack a small smile. Still there. For as long as I could remember, the back wall of the basement had been dominated by a huge canvas mural depicting the black silhouettes of jitterbugging 1950s teenagers dancing against a white background. I had no idea why my grandparents, presumably, since they had owned the house before my parents, had put it there. Maybe as a lame attempt to add a little cheer to such a dingy space. Whatever the reason, it was still there after all these years. Although, now, it was badly faded, the canvas dirty and mildewed and tattered with age. Still smiling, I started to turn away to leave the basement and the house. But at the last second, something caught my eye. I approached and crouched down for a closer look, puzzled. The bottom of the old mural had pulled away from the wall and curled up a few inches over the years, probably due to the dampness of the basement. And what was revealed wasn't bare stone, but wood. Intrigued, I grasped the frayed edge of the mural and pulled it up more, the rotted canvas ripping a little, exposing more wood. For a second, I didn't understand what I was seeing. Then it hit me, and I was stunned. It was a door. A secret door hidden behind the old tasteless mural for God only knew how many years. A dozen questions rushed through my mind upon this discovery, chiefly among them, who had hidden this door? Why was it hidden? And most importantly, what was on the other side of it? In a sudden burst of excitement, I unthinkingly seized the mural and pulled it away with all my strength, tearing it completely away from the rear wall of the basement, fully exposing the concealed door. I stood there, transfixed in shock, staring. The door looked ancient. Somehow it appeared even older than the house itself. It was rounded at the top, constructed of thick, heavy slabs of wood, bound together with iron bands. There was no knob, just a large iron pull ring. It looked like a heavy door you'd see in a medieval castle. An old, but still relatively modern-looking padlock was fastened to a hasp that secured it to the wall. But what surprised me most of all wasn't so much the door itself, but the large manila envelope that had been stapled to it, and, carefully, printed in faded letters on the envelope, was my own name, and a message in big block letters. For the love of God, never open this door. I pulled the manila envelope loose and examined it closely. It didn't look like it had been left there any time recently. It seemed to have been there for a long time. Years. Maybe even decades. Maybe since I had been a very young child. I recognized the handwriting as my mother's. There was something inside this envelope. It felt like some kind of document. I looked at the envelope and its ominous warning. For the love of God, never open this door. Then at the mysterious door. The ancient-looking, out-of-place door that had been kept hidden in my childhood home for all this time. Then back at the envelope in my hands. I was utterly baffled. For the love of God, never open this door. So, of course, like the idiot I was, before even opening the envelope to examine its contents, I made opening the door I was explicitly instructed to never open my first priority, notwithstanding the love of the Supreme Being. But really, who could blame me? Who in my position would have been able to withstand the temptation to act in direct opposition to such a grave edict, regardless of the potential consequences? Curiosity killed the cat, right? There was a locked door in my old house that had remained a secret from me my entire life. Obviously, it had been kept a secret for a reason. Said reason was almost certainly detailed in whatever my mother had left for me in the envelope. I could have taken the time to look at the contents of the envelope for an explanation, but quite frankly, I didn't feel like taking the time to do that. I needed immediate satisfaction. I wanted to solve this enigma in the most direct and prompt manner possible. I needed to open that fucking door. I looked at the padlock. It didn't seem likely I would find the key after all this time. And besides, upon closer inspection, I realized the keyhole had been filled with solder, making a search of the house a moot point. I looked over at the old rusty tools cluttering the corner of the basement. I rummaged through them, thinking I might find a crowbar or something I could use to pry off the hasp. Instead, I found something even better. A large bolt cutter. Perfect. I opened the bolt cutters and fastened the blades to the padlock's shackle. With a bit of effort, I was able to snap the padlock. I tossed it aside and grasped the iron pull ring. I had no idea what I was expecting to find on the other side of this door. A wild menagerie of different possibilities flashed through my imagination. Everything from hidden valuables to dead bodies. I had to quell my excitement by reminding myself that this was probably how Gerardo Rivera had felt in the moments before opening Al Capone's hidden vault. I hesitated for a moment, bracing myself for whatever discovery I was about to make, then pulled hard. The door opened with surprising ease, given that it had to have been shut for, well, God only knew how long. The hinges moved smoothly and soundlessly. I pulled it all the way open and stared through the doorway at nothing. Nothing but blackness. Utter blackness. I took out my phone, turned on its flashlight, and aimed it into the darkness. But it illuminated nothing. Shit. Thinking the phone's light simply wasn't powerful enough, I rushed back upstairs and frantically searched the kitchen cabinets and drawers until I found the big 4-cell MacLeod I remembered from my childhood. A long, heavy flashlight with a powerful beam. I turned it on to test the batteries, saw that it worked, then scrambled back into the basement. I shined the light into the doorway and was perplexed. The flashlight's beam didn't reveal anything in the dark space beyond the threshold. It didn't cast a spotlight circle of brightness upon the rear wall of the secret room, or disclose anything the room might have contained. The beam of light seemed strangely diffused. The beam didn't seem to penetrate the illimitable blackness so much as be absorbed by it. It was like aiming a flashlight at the night sky, as if there was nothing solid for the shaft of light to fix upon. I couldn't make sense of it. What I was seeing was impossible. Standing there, contemplating that abyss, I had the impression that I was looking upon some vast lightless space of unknown, enormous proportion. A space that seemed to illogically defy the physical dimensions of my mother's house. I felt a sudden flood of overwhelming existential dread and horror, something close to madness. I felt as if I was peering through a doorway into the godless black void of non-existence that must stand beyond the furthest reaches of the universe, a place where nothing was, or ever had been or would be. It was like looking into the mouth of hell. "Robert?" For a few seconds I didn't even register the voice, thinking perhaps I had only imagined it. But then it spoke my name again. "Robert." It was my mother's voice. I recognized it clearly, even though I hadn't heard it in more than 20 years. My dead mother's voice, whispering my name from the black gulf beyond the doorway. I was galvanized with sudden, primal terror, so intense that coherent thought became almost impossible. I began to tremble. I couldn't even breathe. The voice spoke again, faintly, as if speaking from a great distance, but unmistakably my late mother's. And the urgent pleading was almost unmistakable. "Please, Robert, help me." This isn't real. Some part of my mind spoke up, trying to maintain its sanity and make logical sense of what was happening. It cannot be real. You're dreaming. "Please, Robert, help me." The disembodied voice beseeched, imploring desperately. "Help me. It's so cold and dark in here." The voice was trying to coax me through the doorway into the unknown blackness, and with sudden, chilling certainty, I understood it was not my mother speaking to me, attempting to lure me to it. "Please, Robert." My paralysis snapped. I reached suddenly, compulsively for the door, and slammed it shut, blocking out that awful, unnatural darkness. Immediately the voice fell silent. Gasping, with a sudden rush of panicked adrenaline, I closed the hasp. My eyes darted around the basement. The padlock was ruined, but I found a screwdriver amidst the old tools and inserted it into the hasp, securing the door. Then I ran upstairs, pausing only long enough to grab the still unopened envelope my mother had addressed to me. I fled the house, leaped into my car, and drove away. And I haven't returned since. When I got home about an hour later, I was almost back to normal. I spent most of the return journey in a state of shock, driving my car on autopilot, barely aware of my surroundings, until I was only a few miles away from my apartment. Then I had to pull into a gas station, as I was struck by a crippling panic attack. I opened my door and thrust my head out just in time to avoid vomiting in my car. Then I just leaned back with my hands over my face, weeping and gasping for 10 minutes, until I had myself more or less back under control. I entered my apartment, shut the door, then sat down on my couch and examined the manila envelope I had found on the hidden basement door. Robert, for the love of God, never open this door. I opened the letter. It contained a sheaf of musty-smelling handwritten pages. I began to read, and as I read, I began to understand why my mother had kept that door a secret from me all these years, and why she had left me a warning for when I would inevitably discover it. The first page was dated the year I was born. My mother had written this and left it for me nearly 40 years before, when I had still been an infant. She must have been terrified something might happen to her, or that she wouldn't be present to warn me in the event that I stumbled upon the door while I was still a child. I read, and I began to feel that familiar cold dread creeping into my body, just as it had when I first opened the door. My mother had been born the year after her parents had immigrated to the United States from Ireland. They had bought the old house when she was 5, having saved up for it for several years, working their grueling menial jobs as factory workers. Even then, the house had been run down, but it had been cheap, and it was all they could afford, and they had still been grateful to own an actual home of their own, a place they could raise their family, instead of the cramped slum apartment they had been sharing. 3 years passed uneventfully in the house. The terror began when my mother was 8. She and her 10-year-old brother had been the youngest of 5 children, the older 3 already being adults who had joined their parents in the workforce. As a result, when they weren't in school, they were often alone in the house until the rest of the family got home in the evening. This probably sounds like child neglect to you, but bear in mind, this was the early 1960s, and times were different then. It was her brother who found the door in the basement. At the time, it had been concealed behind a set of shelves that contained old jars of preservatives left behind by the previous owner. It was a chilly, windy day in late fall, during the autumn break from school. They had been playing hide and seek, and he had squeezed into the narrow space between the shelves and the wall, and that was how he had discovered it. When their parents and older siblings got home, he had told them about what he had found. Intrigued, their father and her 2 older brothers had removed the shelves, exposing the door. It had been locked with an ancient brass padlock, one of those round railroad locks you see in old Western films, and it didn't look like it had been opened at least in a century. The padlock was so old and corroded that it crumbled to dust when her father gave it a single tug. Their father had opened the door, shined a flashlight, taken a single look inside, then immediately slammed the door. My mother wrote that she had never seen her father look so frightened as he had right then. Never before, and never after. He had sternly told his 5 children to never open that door, or even go near it again. He had refused to answer any questions, and had sent them all to bed. That night, my mother had heard her parents talking urgently in their bedroom. She had pressed her ear to the wall and listened. She couldn't make out everything they were saying, but she did hear her father say something to her mother about his sister laughing in the dark and buying a new lock at the hardware store tomorrow. She said their voices were low and heated, but it didn't sound like they were fighting. It sounded like they were just scared. My mother was troubled by what her father had said about hearing his sister laughing. Her father only had one sister, who would have been my mother's aunt. But she had died when he was still a child living in Ireland. My mother had been frightened, but her brother had been intrigued. He had wanted to know what his father could have seen or heard on the other side of that door that would have upset him so much. His curiosity overrode any trepidation he may have had. Later that night, after the rest of the family was asleep, he had disobeyed his father's order. He had gotten up, gone down to the basement, and opened the door. The next morning, my mother had awakened to the sound of my grandmother screaming her husband's name in panic. Her voice had been coming from the basement. The family had hurried down to the basement. My mother had observed her mother standing over my uncle, who was huddled in the corner, shuddering spasmodically. My mother wrote that she never forgot what she saw. She said it haunted her for the rest of her life. Her brother's face was contorted in a grimace of pure, incomprehensible terror, his eyes bulging from their sockets, his teeth bared like a snarling dog's. His hair had turned completely white. His bulging, unblinking eyes were fixed in a direct line of sight with the secret basement door, which was standing wide open on a rectangular of total blackness. He was alive, but was in a state of full catatonia, unable to speak or move or react to any stimuli. My grandparents had called an ambulance, and my uncle was rushed to the hospital. My father immediately bought a new padlock and sealed the basement door. My uncle was put in a mental institution. The doctors thought he would never recover, but miraculously, against all expectations, he eventually did, although it was over a year before he was functional enough to return home. He was never fully the same after that. He was withdrawn and quiet and morose, prone to emotional outbursts and panic attacks. He had trouble sleeping and often experienced nightmares and night terrors when he did sleep. He refused to answer any questions about what had happened to him that night, and would scream in fits of hysteria if prodded. He absolutely refused to set foot in the basement or even go near the door in the kitchen that led down there. He would become violent if anyone tried to make him. His condition gradually deteriorated over the next year. He lost weight and developed dark rings around his eyes from lack of sleep. He became paranoid and jumped at every sound. My grandparents would have sent him to a psychiatrist if they could have, but they simply couldn't afford it. One night, after bedtime, he broke down crying and finally told my mother what had happened that night almost 2 years ago. When he opened the door, he had heard a voice speaking to him from the darkness. Not a scary or threatening voice. It was a friendly voice, a voice he even recognized. Whose voice? my mother asked him. Captain Kangaroo, my uncle had stammered to her, referencing a popular children's television show from the time that he had been fond of. It was Captain Kangaroo. He spoke to me by name. He told me I could come inside and play with him in the treasure house. He had stepped through the dark doorway, into the gulf of the unknown. What did you see in there? My mother had anxiously asked him. My uncle had been quiet for several long moments. Tears rolled down his cheeks. My mother could see fear rising in his eyes as he forced the words out. It wasn't the treasure house. It wasn't Captain Kangaroo in there. He paused to gulp, then choked out. There are things in there, in the darkness. Things you can see, but can't see. My mother had been confused by that statement. Things you can see, but can't see. But my uncle hadn't, or perhaps couldn't explain it any better than that. Reading those words, I felt a chill envelop my whole body, as if hundreds of ice cubes were being pressed against my skin. Things you can see, but can't see. My uncle told her he had been lost in the darkness with those things, hunted by them, running from them, hiding from them, unable to find the doorway that led back to the basement. It's bigger in there than you think, he said. So much bigger. It's endless in there. Until just by blind chance, he had stumbled through it, away from that awful, godless blackness. He had told her that he probably hadn't been in there more than an hour at most, but time is different inside. It felt like he had been trapped in there for many years, perhaps even centuries. My uncle told my mother that he couldn't stand to live with what he had experienced any longer. He said it felt like some part of him had never left that secret basement room and was still trapped in there for eternity. He then hugged her and kissed her and told her he was sorry, then had left her room. My mother was bewildered and frightened and confused by what he had meant with his final words. I'm sorry. That was the last time she ever saw her brother alive. He had taken his father's straight razor from the bathroom and slit his wrists in his bed that same night. My uncle had only been 12 years old. She had never told her parents what her brother had told her the night before he killed himself. They were already so overwhelmed with grief and horror. She didn't think they could bear it. But they must have suspected his death had something to do with whatever he had experienced in the basement. They had barricaded the door and strictly forbid the rest of their children from ever going down there again. My grandmother had been the only one to enter the basement to do the laundry, and even then, she tried to keep her visits as brief as possible. My grandparents wouldn't allow them to talk about my uncle or his death, and even mentioning his name would cause them to get slapped, as my mother painfully learned early on. They wanted to forget about him and put the whole terrible ordeal behind them. My mother often wondered why her parents hadn't sold the house and moved them somewhere else for a fresh start, why they had continued to live there after what had happened. She assumed it was probably because of their lack of money. But then, years later, when she was a young woman and married my father, her parents, aging and in failing health, asked her if she and her new husband would take the house from them when they died. My mother said that my grandmother didn't so much offer as beg them to live there. My mother couldn't believe her parents would want the house to remain in the family after the loss they had suffered there. But my grandmother had told my mother she couldn't stand the thought of the house falling into someone else's possession, someone who didn't know about the door in the basement, someone who might also have children. Reading that, I suddenly understood everything. I understood why my mother had been so strict and overbearing when I was a child, so overprotective of me, why she had always been so moody and serious, why she had continued to live in that gloomy house when its burden of tragedy and painful memories all those years, right up until the day she died. I understood why she had hidden the door behind that old mural, with a warning in the event that I would someday uncover it after she was gone. She had been guarding that door, guarding the door to prevent some other unfortunate, unknowing soul from opening it and being lured into the darkness by a familiar, trusted voice, as her brother had been. I understood something else. I could never sell that house. I had to keep it in my possession, take up my mother's mantle as its guardian for the rest of my life. There is something in the darkness beyond that old wooden door, something terrible that doesn't belong in our world, something unnatural and unholy, something you can see but can't see. Thursday is trivia night. Every Thursday, 4 friends and I meet up at a local restaurant that hosts weekly trivia games. With all of us being young adults that recently graduated from college, trivia is a great way for us to stay connected, despite all of us being real adults with real jobs now. Every week, we go to the restaurant, Benny's, and sit at the same booth. We participate in 5 categories of trivia, with each category having 5 questions. We drink, laugh, answer the questions, and usually win, or at least place second. This is the routine that we have followed for the past few months, until the group chat got a text from Henry. Have you guys ever heard of Lucy's Bar? I read the message and instantly went to look it up on Google Maps. Nothing came up in the search bar, except some recommendations for other bars or establishments that started with an L. I typed out my response. No? Where is that? Some place over on Fairmont Avenue. I got an ad in my mail advertising trivia at this place on Thursday. Maybe we check out a new spot. I frowned when reading that. Personally, I love the status quo and hate change, even when it comes down to something as simple as where we attend trivia night. But before I could respond, Alice sent a text. I'd be down to try a new place. It gets boring when we always win every week at Benny's. Well, if Alice wants to try the new place, then Jenny will side with her. that only leaves me and Morgan. I had to respond before he did. We're going to give Gary a heart attack if we don't show at Benny's tomorrow. We're there every week. Gary is the head bartender, and he'll usually let us get away with one round of beers for free. Come on, it will be fun to try a new place. Henry really seemed to want to try this new place. Before I could formulate a response, Morgan finally chimed in. What's the harm in skipping Benny's for 1 week? We'll see if the trivia here is fun, and if it's not, at least we tried something new. And that settled it. The following evening, I drove slowly down Fairmont Avenue as I squinted at the buildings, looking for a sign advertising Lucy's bar. We don't live in a small town, but I've lived here long enough to be pretty familiar with the businesses that lined the streets. I've never heard of this place before, so I figured it must be new. After parking on the side of the road, I began to wander down the sidewalk. When I reached the last building, I turned to the group chat for help. Where is this place? Go around the side of the bank building. There's a sign pointing to the stairs. The bar is down there, one of them responded. Sure enough, once I rounded the corner of the building for the bank, I saw a bright neon sign with an arrow pointing down the stairs. No wonder I'd never seen this place before. I followed the stairs and found all 4 of my friends already seated at a table. I scanned the place while walking over to them, and it looked like an average bar. One bartender stood behind the counter of the bar, and there was a mix of regular tables, high-top tables, and booths along the wall. There weren't many others, just a few groups of people scattered about. I greeted my friends as I slid in next to Henry at the booth. I never knew this place was here, I said. I didn't either, until I got the ad. He shrugged. I didn't know of any other places that hosted trivia. I thought it might be fun. I think we have a good chance of winning, Alice whispered while Jenny nodded her head. We're the biggest group here. While we waited for our appetizers and drinks to come out, I looked more closely at the other groups. There were 2 groups of couples seated at different tables, 2 trios, and 1 group of 4 that were also in booths around us. After a few minutes, our food was brought out. I could now see a name tag on the woman who was waiting on us. Are you the Lucy that owns this bar? I asked. The one and only, she replied with a wink. She looked like she was in her 40s and had the brightest red lipstick that I'd ever seen. We'll get the trivia going here in just a moment. I watched as she went into the kitchen, and a moment later, she emerged and sat on one of the stools at the bar. She had a handful of cards with her that she laid down on the countertop before clearing her throat. So, what does the winning team get? I asked Henry. I'm not exactly sure. The ad just listed the location and time for trivia. He replied with a shrug. All right, everyone. We're going to get started. There should be multiple sheets of paper on your table, as well as a couple of pencils. After each question, you'll write down your answer, and then bring it up to me. It was similar to our normal trivia, in the sense that there were 5 rounds of 5 questions. But bringing up the answer after every question seemed a bit tedious. After everyone turned in their answer, Lucy would repeat the question, tell us the answer, and then grant points to the teams who answered correctly. Oddly enough, I did end up enjoying getting to hear the answer sooner, rather than at the end of the round. The first round was general trivia. Generic questions about the year that this product came out, or who wrote that great American novel. The second round covered sports. Then the third round covered geography. The first question related to the Pacific Ocean, and the second question related to a country in Europe. Then Lucy asked the third question. "Where can you find hell?" she asked. My friends and I exchanged glances with each other. "Like, as in actual hell?" Morgan asked. "Where can you find hell?" Lucy repeated, grinning at us. "What are we supposed to say? Under the earth? The earth's core?" Jenny asked. Alice shrugged. "I'm good with putting the core of the earth." So that is what we wrote down. Henry brought the slip of paper up to Lucy, who read it and smiled. After the last group brought their paper up, Lucy prepared to give us the answer. "Where would you find hell? Well, you would hop in your car and drove over to Michigan, where you'd find the tiny, unincorporated town of Hell," Lucy said with a laugh. All of the tables also let out little laughs now that the question made more sense. The next two questions were normal geography questions. Lucy listed the placings of each team, and my group was in first, but only by a couple of points. Then we got to the fourth round. "Time for round 4, Lucy exclaimed, clapping her hands together. "Name this 2005 horror film that Keanu Reeves starred in." Everyone immediately turned to Henry, the horror film buff in our group. "Constantine," he whispered, and Jenny wrote it down. She had been tasked with writing the answers since she had the neatest handwriting. After everyone turned in their answers, Lucy confirmed that Constantine was the correct answer. "Next question. Who do you least like in your group?" Lucy asked. I looked at my friends, and then at Lucy to see if she was being serious. "Who do you like the least in your group?" There is no right or wrong answer, but you will not get a point if you don't turn in a real answer, she explained. "What?" Morgan said. "What kind of a question is that?" "Yeah, I'm not going to write anything down," said Jenny. "If you choose to not write an answer, you will not receive a point, and it's in your best interest to get as many points as possible, so you can win, of course," she said cheerily. We all sat in awkward silence, waiting to see if anyone would bring their paper over to Lucy. No one did. "Well," Lucy chuckled, "you guys get a pass with that one. But moving forward, if you do not bring up a real answer, you will get docked points. Next question. Who is the most rational, level-headed person in your group?" Still weird, but I guess this isn't a mean question to answer, Alice said. I would probably say Jenny, I answered, and everyone nodded in agreement. Jenny wrote down her own name on the paper and brought it to Lucy. Excellent. Now you can earn a point, Lucy told her. The other groups slowly filed over to turn in their papers, and once everyone was seated again, Lucy asked another question. Who in your group would you sacrifice if you had no choice? Complete silence filled the bar. I think I've had enough of these questions, Morgan said. I'm done with this. The rest of us voiced our agreement and began to put out cash to pay, so we didn't have to wait for a bill to be rung up. I'm afraid that no one can leave until trivia is complete, Lucy said in a sympathetic voice that did not seem sincere. I don't think you can really stop us, said a man from one of the couples that was sitting at a high-top table. He was putting his coat on while his wife grabbed her purse. Lucy was silent as she watched the couple walk up the stairs. Once at the top, we couldn't see them anymore, but we heard the sound of a door attempting to be pulled open, followed by cursing. Flustered, the man ran back down the stairs. The door is fucking locked. Open the door, he shouted at Lucy. I told you that no one may leave until the trivia is over, she clucked. Please, return to your table so we may continue. We should be allowed to leave if we want, Morgan told her as we all stood awkwardly around the table. Everyone else was murmuring in agreement, trying to figure out what to do. The rules are the rules. Once you begin trivia, you must play all the way through. I highly recommend continuing your participation, because the first place group will win a very promising prize, she told us. You can't keep us locked in here, said a man from a different group. There is no other way out of the bar, Lucy told him, and the murmurs at each table slowly began to turn into panic. All I ask is that you finish trivia. That's it. We all looked around at each other. Alice looked at her phone and groaned in frustration. Of course, we don't have any service in here. It seems like we just have to tough it out and finish the trivia. We're already on the 4th round. We only have about 6 questions left, said Henry. Disgruntled, the couple seemed to also come to this conclusion as they returned to their table, and we all sat back down. You all have 1 minute to submit your answer for the previous question. If you fail to turn in a paper with a real answer, you will be docked a point, Lucy told us. She doesn't know any of us, I whispered to my friends. Let's just put a random name and turn that in. Jenny nodded and wrote something down before bringing it to Lucy. After the minute was up, only 3 of the other groups had turned their papers in. Lucy reviewed the slips and tallied the points. Sadly, none of you get points for this round. Some of you failed to turn in an answer, while the groups that did submit an answer chose to not truthfully name a member of the group. You all get docked 1 point. How the fuck does she know that? I whispered to everyone, who all stared back at me with wide eyes. Next question. Last one in this round. What is the worst sin you've ever committed? Since there is more than one person in each group, I expect one answer for each person. Your points still count toward your overall group score, but you can get more points if everyone answers truthfully. We all sat there, speechless. Do we try to leave again? Jenny asked. I wouldn't. Lucy chimed in, red lips stretched into a wide grin. Just finish it out. There's only one round left. Your group is in the lead, and it's in your best interest to keep it that way. Why do you keep saying that? What does first prize win? A girl from one of the trio tables asked. You'll find out soon enough. If I were you, I'd work very hard to try to take that first place spot. Lucy replied. Now let's turn in those answers. The girls from that table ignored her and walked over to the staircase anyway. We heard them pushing against the door, but apparently to no avail, as they gloomily came back downstairs a minute later. Well, somehow she knows if we're lying, so we have to turn in the right answer, Alice said. About the worst sin we've ever committed? That is a fucked up question, Morgan retorted. Clearly this woman is whack, but we all have to turn in our own answer. We don't have to look at each other's answers, but I think we should just answer truthfully. Henry reasoned. Fuck it. Yeah. I just want to get out of here. Let's turn in our answers. I pondered for a moment. What is the worst sin I've ever committed? I cheated on my partner in high school. I felt really awful about that for a long time. Obviously we weren't married or anything, but I wrote down adultery/cheating on my slip of paper and turned it in. Lucy snatched the paper from my hand and, after reading it, winked at me. I walked back to the table and sat down. After everyone had reluctantly turned their answers in, the room sat in an eerie silence, while Lucy examined the papers and wrote down the scores. She proceeded to list out the rankings of groups by points, and our group still held the lead. We have made it to the last category, Lucy announced. First question. What is your deepest fear? While not a fun question, it wasn't as awful as the sacrifice question. The rest of the round proceeded with bizarre questions, including, who do you hate the most in your life? If you had to kill someone, how would you do it? Which circle of hell in Dante's Inferno would you be sent to? And we finished with a grand finale question of, will you return to trivia at Lucy's? My answer was a simple, fuck no. After the last group turned in their paper for the last question, I let out a breath I didn't even realize I was holding. The same guy who tried to leave earlier stood up again. Can we leave now? Trivia is finished. I haven't yet announced the winners, Lucy replied without looking up from her score sheet. I don't care who won. We want to leave, he told her. Well, the winners get to leave first, she said in response. She listed the rankings again, with the duos finishing last, then one of the trios. Third place went to the other trio. Second place went to the group of 4, and my team was announced as the winners. "Congratulations," Lucy said, beaming towards our table. "You all get to leave first. Second place gets to choose 3 people to leave, and the third place gets to choose 1 person to leave." Everyone who had been gathering their things stopped in their tracks. "Forget that. We're leaving," said one of the girls in the duo that finished last. Lucy stood to her feet. "No," was all she said. "You can't stop us," the other girl said, and the 2 of them headed towards the stairs. The bartender, who had been silently cleaning glasses at the counter, now stood at the foot of the stairs, blocking them. "Let us through," the first girl demanded. The man stared at her silently. He lifted his jacket up to reveal a gun tucked inside the waistband of his pants. The girl shrieked and ran back to their table, while everyone else descended into panic mode. "Quiet down," Lucy yelled so loudly that it stunned everyone into silence. "First place group gets to leave first. My second and third place groups, you have 2 minutes to decide who goes and who stays, or else you will all stay." "Guys, let's get the fuck out of here," I whispered, and we all hurried towards the stairs. The man moved slightly to let us through, and we all clambered up the stairs. I reached the door first, and I held my breath as I pushed it. Thankfully, it opened. We stumbled into the chilly night air and backed away from the staircase. "We have to call the police, right?" Alice asked as she already had her phone out and unlocked. Yeah, Morgan said, watching the staircase. "What just happened?" Jenny whispered, staring at the ground. "What did she mean when she said that the second and third place groups had to choose who got to leave?" No one answered her. A moment later, 3 other people emerged from the staircase and came over to us. "We left Adam in there," one of the girls said, tears streaming down her face. "Please, tell me you called for help." "We did," Alice reassured her. "The police are coming." We watched the doorway to see if one person from the trio would come outside, but no one did. No one said a word as we all stared at the staircase, hoping that someone would appear from that hellhole of a bar. After a few minutes, smoke began creeping up the stairwell and rising into the open air. "Hey, I think there's a fire," Henry exclaimed, and he and I ran towards the staircase. We quickly descended the steps and tried to tug on the door, but it was shut firmly. One of the guys from the other group followed us, and we all tried to kick the door in. We heard banging on the other side of the door, and the faint cries of those stuck inside. "There's got to be a way we can get this door open," I said to them, pulling my shirt over my nose and mouth. The panicked cries of those trapped in the bar were growing louder. "With what? There's nothing around here we can use to try and bust the door down," Henry said miserably. "We need to get away from this smoke." "My friend is in there," the other guy said. "She said we had to leave someone, or we'd all have to stay. And Adam told us to go and get help." "I promised we'd go back for him," the guy said, beginning to weep. "Help should be here soon," I said, but even I didn't believe that help would come in time for this guy's friend, because the stench of burning meat began to fill my nose. I think the others smelled it too, because we all trudged back up the steps. I couldn't bring myself to look at the agonized faces of the group that left their friend down there. Another few minutes went by before we heard the sirens approaching. "Should we go out to the street? I'm not sure if they'll know we're back here," Jenny said. We agreed and followed her around the side of the building to the main street. The members of the other group followed us and rushed over to the car, trying to convey that their friend was inside and needed help. The responding officers, realizing the gravity of the situation, followed us back around the building toward the staircase. But something was different. The neon sign that labeled the bar was now gone. Weeds and vines were covering the railing that surrounded the hole in the ground where the stairs were. "This is where you were?" one of the officers asked skeptically. "Yes," one of the girls cried. "We were down in this bar to play trivia, and the lady was being weird with her questions, and then she wouldn't let our friend leave. There's other people who are stuck down there too." The officers descended the staircase, while we all hung back. "This doesn't look like a bar to me," one of them called up the stairs. Dismayed, I went down the stairs to see for myself. He was right. The door swung open into what looked like a basement, but it was devoid of a bar, chairs, tables, or any sign of life. The ground was dirt, and the empty space gave no indication that a bar had been there moments ago. "Is this some kind of prank?" an officer asked. "No, sir. We were just down here," I insisted. "It's like she said. There were other groups of people with us, and they got trapped in here. I smelled smoke and we tried, but we couldn't get the door open." The officers clearly did not believe me, and how could they? I would also find it hard to believe that an entire bar disappeared in a matter of minutes. After they took all of our statements individually, they addressed us all together. "I'm not sure what's going on here, but all of your statements match up. I can tell you that nothing has been down there for several years, let alone a bar. We'll keep looking for your missing friend and keep an eye out for any missing persons reports in the area," an officer said. I don't really remember getting home that night. The next few days were a blur. Every Thursday, I drive to the site where we had that trivia night, only to find that it still remains a decrepit old basement. My hope is that when Lucy's bar reappears, I will be there to ward off anyone who thinks they're going in for a night of fun. And my advice for you is, if you ever find yourself participating at a trivia night in a new place that you're unfamiliar with, make sure you win. I am a wiki mod for YouTube. I know. You don't have to tell me. I do it as a hobby, But that's not the importance of the story. I'm recording this today because I cannot keep this to myself anymore. We all know Wiki, the fanfare crap for every comprehensive thing under the sun. The other mods told me about an A&K YouTube channel that I had no idea about. Some couple stuff that somehow got popular on Twitter that I couldn't care less about. Well, guys, buckle in. A and K are two Mormon kids who lived in Salt Lake since the moment they were born. I suppose they thought that the best way of making money was getting people to convert, saying how great their life was and what amazing parents they'd be. Show everyone what paradise they lived in from parents' wealth, and how great Mormonism was, with horrendous racism, whilst simultaneously placing multiple ads for a myriad of sham scams every 2.5 minutes into every uploaded video. That was all until about 2017, August, when they stopped doing the couple vlogs altogether. They were promised to each other, but excommunicated from Latter-day and practiced Christianity apart. No Mormonism to be seen. The only way I can tell is because on the 24th of August, 2017, Kay posted a video, alone, speaking to her, currently 56, but I assume far less at the time, followers, that she was frightened. She'd mentioned this. They'd been told to leave the church after having matching tattoos to show their love for each other, and so went on to regular church, attending so that they may keep somewhat of a relationship with God. This was their 29th vlog. What really began to interest me was how alert she looked. She was shifty, wide-eyed. She said she'd heard someone knocking at the front door of their apartment, which was heard throughout her vlog. The reason I know it wasn't A was because he was in the background of her video, in the hallway, staring. It wasn't unnerving staring whatsoever. It was like a person who was waiting to speak, but didn't want to upset the stream of consciousness being blurted out by Kay. Like he would do wrong if he tried to talk. Yet, Kay seemed like she wasn't even aware of his presence at all. As if she'd never seen him stood awkwardly in the background once whilst filming, which was clearly recorded on a laptop. A few days later, A uploaded a video. It was titled, "I Don't Know What to Do." It depicted him staring in horror at the camera in the shared laptop. I assume it was the laptop because the quality was identical. Crying as Kay slammed her head onto the ground, screeching out in agony for losing their child. I was horrified, seeing what I thought was a woman grieving after having miscarried her child. I mean, losing a child is horrendous, something I could never imagine the pain of experiencing, not to mention the importance of family life within the Mormon community, adding to that. With no one to turn to due to being excommunicated. Yet, A said nothing. He looked at the camera, silent, as Kay slammed her head into the ground and wailed over and over again. Then the video ended, with nothing to add context to, without someone, like myself, having watched all the videos prior. Curiosity overwhelmed me, so I continued to watch. Kay made a video titled, "He'll Kill Me." She was convinced her husband, A, was going to kill her. A was present in the vlog, standing behind her with his head faced to the ground. She displayed a horrible set of black eyes and a bulging forehead. She claimed A had haunted her, or had convinced an evil spirit to take her in her sleep. It wasn't convincing whatsoever, as having witnessed her in A's vlog, pretty much brutalizing herself on the floor and against the mantelpiece and whatnot, it was clear she was suffering from some horrific mental illness, accelerated by the loss of her child, until she showed the ligature marks on her wrist. She claimed she was being held hostage by an entity in her sleep, one that berated her endlessly for being unable to carry a child. The twist was, A held a gene in which babies he fathered were more likely to experience heart problems, leading to her miscarriage. I am not sure how much of this is true, as I am not a medical expert. This is only what Kay claimed. A continued to hold his head down. Kay said that it was his fault. He was absolute in having children, which would lead her to her death. That he made her this way. A began to slowly leave the room. Kay continued to ramble on and on about God, stating he had an interest in them and how she was chosen. When she mentioned her family name was a God-given name by the LTS, A slapped the camera and the video ended. A month later, A posted a vlog, him documenting Kay's fall into madness, how she cried and wailed for her mother, stating that A killed her baby and he would suffer in eternity for it. He looked horrified, frightened more than ever. Kay began to slam her head against the kitchen wall again, screaming for her child. She began to say she was in there, and she needed to come out. She'd missed her due date. A began to scream back, screeching that their baby was gone. She didn't exist. But Kay was mad. Kay pushed A, and A pushed back. He pushed her right into the drywall. There was an empty cavity in the wall. She fell, hit her head, and crumpled right in. I have never seen something so raw and awful. A filmed his wife's body, crumple in between the wall and flooring. He didn't cry. He simply posted it to YouTube. The death of his own wife, stuck between the floorboards, eyes wide open. I called the police, having reviewed it, and they said A killed himself soon after, but no one came for their bodies. They died quiet, unknown deaths that had a clear solution and no consequences. This is the horrible truth. We have no control over other people's lives, yet we view them. We conceive of them, and then they go. I remember A and K, despite their tragedy. It is a fact that the internet will remove them from any archive whatsoever, until some YouTuber makes a video about their tragedy. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just stared. I just watched as my wife stepped off the rooftop in front of me. She plummeted to the earth with a sickening crunch. I was still unable to move from shock as I heard the screams of the poor pedestrians that saw a woman die. At the time, I had no idea why she did it. Whenever anyone asked, I lied. I said it was an accident. I said she tripped. I said I called her name, Mary. I tried to save her. They all believed me. No one even questioned if it was the truth. No one wanted to consider that someone they loved would take their own life. After Mary took her life, mine was empty. I had no friends. Anyone I did know had little sympathy for me. Even my first wife and kids didn't do so much as get a condolence card. My life was dull and grey. That was when the first letter arrived. Dear John, I opened it walking to my house from the mailbox. I almost collapsed. It was Mary. I would recognize her handwriting anywhere. I ran inside my house and began to read the letter from my dead wife. Dear John, I loved you so much. I truly did. But I loved you so much it began to hurt. It began to hurt because it was clear that you didn't love me. What? I was so confused, I couldn't hold it in. What did she mean? If she loved me as much as she said she did, then she wouldn't have taken everything from me. I read on. It was the little things. The way your smile would slightly drop when I walked into the room. The way you just didn't hug me or hold my hand. The way you got angry at every little thing. It swiftly progressed. You never smiled. You refused to be affectionate. You were angry all the time. What a sick joke. I thought that maybe someone that hated me might be playing a sick prank. Maybe one of my neighbors found out and decided to have some disgusting fun. I didn't bother reading the rest. I tore it up and threw it in the fireplace later that night. A few more days passed, and I forgot about that sick joke of a letter. I went to work and returned. The house was too quiet nowadays, so I usually drank wine while I listened to the radio. One night, however, there was a knock on the door. I left my seat and opened it. Nothing. I thought at first, but then I looked down and saw another letter. Grabbing it, I returned to my seat. I tore it open and started reading. Dear John, you burned my last letter. Why would you do such a heartless act? Well, it's just in your nature. Huh? How would they know I burned it? I didn't tell anyone about the letter. Nevertheless, about burning it. It's rather funny in a way, given that everything you touch gets destroyed in one way or another. I was speechless. I skimmed through the rest of the letter. It was just full of insults and lies. I downed the rest of my drink, then once again threw the letter onto the fire. The moment the paper had touched the flame, a loud noise startled me. Bang! It came from above me, so without thinking, I ran upstairs. My bedroom door was open. It swung wildly due to the wide open window in my room. I entered my room, but as I was going to close the window, I noticed it. Large red text on the wall. Regrets again? My head hurt, and I began to feel sick. What a horrible, practical joke to play, and to break into and vandalize my house. That was too far. I decided that I should get the police involved. I reached into my pocket. Crap, I thought, as I felt nothing. I walked back down the stairs and into the living room. The radio was playing the news as I searched for my phone. I looked around the room until something caught my attention. A local woman, Mary Cooper, died in an accident last week. The local 27-year-old schoolteacher tragically fell to her death. She was married to disgraced businessman John Cooper, most well known for... The usually calm and professional voice became hysterical and distorted. You killed her, didn't you, John? No, I shouted reflexively. She loved you, and you blamed her. You're a monster. I picked up the radio and threw it across the room, cutting off the horrible voice from spewing any more lies. I did not kill my wife. I loved her. I left my entire life for her. Why did I do that? Maybe I am a monster. No, I shouted into the empty room. I sank to the floor, my head in my hands. Without the radio, the silence was sharp and painful. It filled the house. It filled my head. Just silence. Until it was broken. A knock on the front door. Again. That fucker is going to pay this time, I thought, as I got to my feet and yanked the door open aggressively. Nothing. No one was there. No one was in the street. There was no one, anywhere. Then, hesitantly, cautiously, I looked down. When I looked down, I saw the city beneath me. I turned around and realized where I was. The rooftop. Mary stood, gazing out at the city. I stood silently. But then I didn't. I don't love you, I said plainly. She looked at me and said, I know. I hate you. She didn't say anything. I want you out of my life. I want my old life back. My actual wife. My kids. She turned away from me and back towards the city. Do it. If you love me, then die for me. As soon as the words left my mouth, I watched as Mary stepped into the nothingness. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just stared. I just watched. I stood for a moment, back outside my house again. I went inside. I killed her. I killed Mary. And I am sorry. I just wanted my old life back. Before I even knew she existed. She didn't deserve it. But I do. There's only two choices ahead of me. Live with the guilt. Or don't. I've made up my mind already. Hello, Sinister listeners. If you've enjoyed this story, then you'll find all the author's information in the description below. For more content, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to succumb to the sinister.